And I'm from Italy's National Institute of Health and Science on Aging. And on behalf of the organizing committee of the Joint Forum, which includes Heidrun Mollenkopf, Kai Leixenring, Cristina Calvi, and Dario Paoletti, I'm very glad and honored of chairing this opening session it looks like my micro is not working. Okay, thank you. Of this opening session of an event which can count on the participation of representatives from 46 countries, and as you will hear, on very stimulating contributions. Now, before I leave the floor to Heidrun Mollenkopf and Lidia Bratanova for their welcoming words, the Minister Elena Bonetti could not come, and we received this news this morning. I'd like to briefly remind you about the program of today's event. The forum, which marks also the 20th anniversary of the Madrid Implementation Plan of Action on Aging, closes a long preparatory period which has led to the draft of the Joint Forum Declaration, and opens at the same time a new phase aimed at implementing what this declaration indicates. We will be, first of all, inspired by a keynote speech by Amal Abu Rafeh, who will help us orient ourselves by highlighting advantages and limitations of the Madrid Implementation Plan of Action, and then move to the first session chaired by Kai Leixenring with the support of Francesco Barbabella as rapporteur, focusing on the promotion of active and healthy aging throughout life. We will listen, similarly to what has been done for the other slots, to representatives coming from policy, civil society, and research. A choice which has been made to ensure a variety of perspectives. And they will be represented in this first session by Barbara Westerholm, who will connect remotely, Lucy Vidovikova, and Renata Bagatin. At the end of this session, we will be briefly introduced to the photo exhibition organized by Simone Scarlata, an exhibition which is on the ground floor. After the break, we will then open a discussion and then move to the second session, focused on long-term care of frail older persons and caregiver support, chaired by Heidrun Mollenkopf with the help of Esther Zoliomi as rapporteur. This session will host the contributions of Tiago Cravo Oliveira Ashiguchi, Sebastian Fischer, and Sergio Murillo. And after the discussion, we will have a brief but important commemoration of the World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, which falls on today's date, as you may know. And during the lunch break, we'll have also the opportunity of watching to the videos selected by Age Platform Italy, to be found on the floor above us, -1, introduced by Dario Paoletti. After lunch, Lisa Worth, supported by Ina Völker as rapporteur, will chair the session of Mainstreaming Aging, with contributions by Edmundo Martino, Andrea Principi, and Margaret Gillis. All these presentations will help us to better contextualize the Joint Forum Declaration, to be discussed in the final session, supported by Vijay Yengar as minute taker. Christina Calvi will introduce the issue that will be further illustrated by Heidrun Mollenkopf and Kai Leixenring. That's when we will have the opportunity to exchange ideas and critical views on the document and on how to best implement it in the coming years. The day will be closed by a well-deserved cocktail reception, kindly offered by AARP, and I'd like to thank here its representatives, Peter Rundlet and Vijay Yengar, for their support, which went well beyond the organization of the cocktail itself. So now I have already taken too much time and will therefore leave immediately the floor to Heidrun Mollenkopf for her wishes. Thank you and welcome again today.
Good morning and a warm welcome to all of you. Excellencies, government representatives, and interested parties from UN organizations. Welcome to friends and colleagues from civil society and scientific research, to the many representatives of older persons from almost all countries of the UNECE region, and to the many other interested parties in a policy that could improve the living conditions of older persons in the region and ensure their full enjoyment of all human rights, regardless of age. I particularly welcome the participants from the member states that are currently suffering from a cruel war. Our thoughts have accompanied you in the last weeks and will also be with you when the days in Rome come to an end. As the representative of non-governmental organizations in the Bureau of the UNECE Standing Working Group on Aging, I express this welcome to all of you on behalf of the organizing committee for this joint forum of civil society and science. We are extremely grateful to the Italian government for making this forum possible, as well as the participation of so many people from all over the UNECE region who otherwise would not have been able to come to Rome. The joint forum is themed "A Fulfilling Life Throughout the Life Course," a joint effort of civil society and research in policy making. This means that for the first time for many years, civil society and scientific researchers are coming together to break down thinking and acting in separate silos. Based on the specific experiences from civil society and evidence from research, we will discuss issues that have become increasingly important in recent years and that will also continue to be the focus of the ministerial conference during the next 2 days. A special concern for us was also to find out which topics are gaining particularly in importance with regard to future challenges from the point of view of our respective communities. We asked this question in the run-up to the forum and received a whole range of significant proposals. We have pooled the guidance we received and will present it at the last session this afternoon. The challenges raised have also been incorporated into the joint declaration of civil society and scientific research, which we will equally present and discuss this afternoon. The aim of this joint forum is to create a broader, more meaningful basis for productive cooperation between civil society, science, and politics in order to jointly master the opportunities and challenges of aging societies in the interest of people of all ages. Whether and how this can succeed, we want to test in the following sessions. For each topic, we have invited a representative of civil society and a scientist, and we asked a politician who is confronted with respective aging issues in daily practice to comment on his or her experience. And of course, all of you are cordially invited to contribute your experiences and discuss them with us. Linguistic communication plays an important role in a participatory approach. We would therefore also like to thank the Italian government for making translation into different languages possible, so that as many people as possible can participate in the discussions with their questions, experiences, and suggestions. And now I wish you, all of us, new insights and fruitful discussions, and perhaps a greater mutual understanding. I hope that this joint forum will take us a step forward on the path to partnership-based policymaking, a policymaking towards a fulfilling life for all people, a life based on the universal and indivisible human rights that apply without age limits. Thank you very much.
Hello. Giovanni doesn't give me the floor. He said, go ahead. Dear colleagues, dear distinguished scientists and representatives of civil society organizations, on behalf of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, I would also like to welcome you to this forum and to Rome. We have gathered to conclude the fourth cycle of implementation of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, or as we sweetly refer to it as MIPAA. Sometimes I wonder, when we talk to policymakers or at the UN, to various high officials, when I say MIPAA, it's not always clear to them. And the title is a bit longish, but I think over the years we have managed to teach them to understand. And I think this is a great objective, if you want. When we say MIPAA, every person in the street, but also government officials, understand what we mean. And we're here for over 3 days to define the regional priorities for the next 5 years. And we at the UNECE Secretariat, we are very glad, we are happy that we continue the established tradition of holding a meeting of the scientific research community and the civil society prior to the ministerial conference that will open tomorrow. And as Heidrun already mentioned, this year, for the very first time, we have this joint forum announced of these very crucial groups. These are the researchers and the civil society representatives. And what a better way to demonstrate the logo in the title of our ministerial conference, which talks about joining forces for solidarity and equal opportunities through life. I believe that these joint discussions will set the scene for the conference over the next 2 days. And also the discussions from this forum will feed into the deliberations during the ministerial conference. I would also like to highlight the improving cooperation we at UNECE see with the civil society representatives and the researchers over the past years. And we are very grateful to all of you. Without your insights, without your comments, sometimes critical, sometimes positive, we would have not achieved as much. And we strongly hope that this close collaboration with both groups will continue in future, so that we progress with our work. You, as researchers and representatives of civil society, you have also very actively contributed to the work of our intergovernmental body on population aging at the UN. There are many examples, but I would like to mention 3. We are grateful for all your comments and insights, as I already mentioned, concerning mainstreaming aging, and in particular helping us to develop guidelines on mainstreaming aging, which were published not long time ago. This was long due, And we were talking for years, and finally we have these guidelines with your support and contributions. And also our colleagues from the non-governmental organizations and academia were a key driver behind our recent work on the meaningful participation of stakeholders on policy making in the area of aging. My third point is about our policy briefs, which are a valuable tool to communicate with government officials. The policy briefs on aging. And in our policy briefs, we have often referred to the findings and initiatives of researchers and civil society representatives from across our region. It is important to note that we see a growing recognition among the UNECE member states of the importance of engaging civil society and academia in developing and implementing aging policies. It is encouraging to see the increase of participation in joint projects of various parties and stakeholders across the region. Actually, the national reports that we have collected and published this year on the occasion of the Ministerial Conference on MIPAA implementation prove that virtually all of the 40 countries, and you may know that the UNECE region has 56 member states. It's a good response rate. 40 countries submitted a report, followed the recommendation to use and consult their reports with the non-governmental organizations and researchers at national level. The detailed summary of these reports you can find in the regional synthesis report that we have published as a background document for the Ministerial Conference. And this summary contains a wealth of information on the UNECE countries' aging policies, also on progress made in the countries in the region, but also on the challenges that countries have at national level. And it's a summary synthesis report for progress and challenges over the last 5 years. It's important also to say that this year we mark the 20-year anniversary of the adoption of MIPAA. We also prepared a summary report called MIPAA plus 20, which is in a way a synthesis of all our previous regional synthesis reports, which we prepared for the previous ministerial conferences. And personally, I would encourage you to use these resources and these documents, and that you may find useful to support your research work, but also advocacy at national level. With these examples, it's just to say that we at the UN Economic Commission for Europe, we hope that this great collaboration will continue in future. I would like to encourage all of you to continue your important work of providing policymakers with an evidence base and a reality check for better policies that serve all the person's needs and also that are adapted to aging populations. You may wonder why Director of Statistical Division of UNECE is addressing you, and what is statistics to do with policies on population aging? Actually, statistical program at UNECE is a very large program, and it's not so much about collecting data and calculating Excel sheets and tables. We produce data, but we also deal with statistical policy across all countries in the region. And as in 2011, the program on population aging was moved under my management and supervision. And since then, actually, we have seen a lot of synergies, because in statistical program, we have big work done on demographic and social statistics and policies. And then this has enriched both programs by having joint work, one of which is the outcome is the active aging index. But not only that, we have also developed conceptual guidelines on aging-related statistics that initially was meant as a recommendation only for the UNECE member states, but later on it was taken at a global level and recommended also as global recommendation. I say this because we often talk about evidence-based, and evidence-based policy making, we need data and information. Now, I also would like to encourage you to support and complement the national authorities in providing services to those most in need. We, from the UNECE and the Secretariat, we are ready and we promise to support you in engaging with governmental and other partners. We are there to facilitate exchange among various parties and stakeholders, but also to facilitate closer collaboration at national level, but also at international level. Finally, I would like to thank the organizers of this joint forum. In particularly, Giovanni and his team, from the Italian Institute for Research on Science and Health on Aging, but also the second partner for organizing this forum, Age Platform for Europe, and the third party here, the European Center for Social Welfare Policy and Research. We will also have, as announced earlier by Giovanni, a more informal opportunity to get to know better each other and talk to each other at a cocktail reception kindly offered by the American Association of Retired People. And there is not more excellent opportunity after 2 years of isolation and difficult years to get together, as I understand, near the swimming pool, nice weather, with a glass of something, talk about aging policies. Finally, I want to recognize, acknowledge the great work done by Giovanni and Cristina from the National Institute for Research on Aging in Italy, and Marino from the Ministry of Equal Opportunities and Family. I hope we'll have interesting discussions today, and I look forward to a successful outcome that you'll be reporting to the ministerial conference in the next 2 days. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Lydia, also for reminding us about the importance of good data for good policies. As a researcher, I know how important that is. And I'd like now to introduce you our keynote speaker, Amal Abu-Rafeh, who will tell us on how to navigate the landscape and the advantages and limitations of the Madrid Implementation Plan of Action on Aging in delivering effective solutions. She is in the best position to do so, since she is the chief of the Program on Aging section at the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs in New York, where she serves also on the Secretariat of the General Assembly's Working Group for Strengthening the Protection of the Rights of Older People, of the human rights of older people. Member of the Steering Committee of the Titchfield City Group on Aging-Related Statistics and Age Disaggregated Data, she's also part of the World Economic Forum's Global Future Council on Healthy Aging and Longevity. Amal, I would like to call you here to tell us about these issues. Thank you very much.
morning, everyone. Distinguished colleagues and friends, it's a great pleasure to be here in person with you. At the outset, I wish to express my appreciation to the Government of Italy for hosting the conference and to commend the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe and her team, particularly the population unit under the leadership of my dear colleague Vitalia, for their outstanding efforts in support of the fourth review and appraisal of the implementation of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging in the region. Your work is a powerful testament to the promise of multilateralism and the value of regional cooperation. I would not be here today with you without support from the organizers of the Joint Forum, particularly my dear colleague who never fails to inspire me, Dr. Heidrun Mollenkopf, with support from Ina Volker and the session chair, Giovanni Lamura. And, if you would indulge me for a moment, I'm a big believer in the saying, know whence you came. If you know whence you came, there are absolutely no limitations to where you can go. As I acknowledge, and I hope he's with us in the room this morning, my predecessor, Alexander Sidorenko, the former chief of the program on aging in DESA. Sasha, are you here today in the room? There you go. Good morning. I did not have the pleasure of working with Sasha at DESA. However, he did leave behind a reputation of integrity, professionalism, kindness, and certainly he left big shoes for us to fill. Sasha, as always, I look forward to listening and learning from you in our discussions the next few days. How do we set the PowerPoint on the screen? Oh, it's on. Perfect. Thank you. So today's forum is important.
Justice.
Thank you. Thank you. Why? It takes place ahead of the ministerial conference, as it should, because the review and appraisal of the implementation of MIPAA in its essence was designed to be a bottom-up initiative, reflecting the need for governments to recognize and build upon the expertise and experience of older persons and to facilitate their participation in decision-making processes. This is the M15 bus in New York City. When my son was younger, I would take it every day in the afternoon to pick him up from school. I would often find an empty seat in the front area of the bus, right behind the priority seating, which is reserved for older persons, amongst others. And since it was rush hour, the priority seats would fill up pretty fast. As more older persons came on board, I would offer my seat. Why wouldn't I? It is the right thing to do, and older persons need that seat, right? Well, I quickly learned that that was wrong, and let me explain why. When offering my seat, one older person smiled back at me and said, "Thank you," and when she sat down, I could hear a sigh of relief. Clearly, she needed that seat. Another older person smiled back at me and said, "Thank you, but I'm getting off at the next stop." Clearly, sitting down was not worth it for him for that short trip. Once, an older person told me, "Thank you, dear, but I just had knee surgery, and while it feels okay to stand or to sit, the process of standing and sitting is still very painful." Clearly, his preference was to remain standing. I recall an older person who did not even think of herself when I offered my seat. She thanked me, saying that now she has room to fold her walker and place her shopping bags on her lap to create more space for people of other age groups to get on the bus. She had decided to participate in the interest of the M15 bus community that afternoon. My personal favorite is when an older person yelled at me when I offered my seat. What made you presume that I wanted to sit? Is it because I look old? I'm fine standing just like anyone else. If I want a seat, I'll ask for it. I learned a lot from that M15 bus ride. I no longer make assumptions about the needs of older persons. I learned to ask, would you like to have this seat? And the older person will make that decision for themselves. Make no mistake, there is diversity in old age. Yet, the current policy framework of global aging continues to apply a single standard for all older men and women, and for improperly homogenizing their experiences when they live in very different contexts and circumstances. Much like my experience on the bus, in reality, the narratives of older women and men show more complex trajectories influenced by their earlier, present, and future opportunities. I anticipate that over the next few days, we will hear messages on the need to embrace the potential of population aging as a basis for sustainable development. We may also hear calls for challenging assumptions regarding old age. But central to all of this is the acknowledgement that diversity is a defining characteristic of old age, and the consequent reflection of this heterogeneity on public policies. This is why the meeting of civil society today is key. Older persons want to see results reflected in their daily lives. And MIPAA's review and appraisal cycle is, or at least it should be, a continuous and dynamic process that informs this public policy response. It must include the active and equal participation of older persons, without whom no meaningful bottom-up approach is possible. But this regional review cycle is special. As Hydran said, today, for the first time, civil society and scientific researchers come together to discuss issues that have been at the forefront of the recent years. We face a world in peril, from the war in Ukraine to deepening impacts of climate crisis, from the COVID-19 pandemic to escalating humanitarian needs, all highlighting the gravity and urgency of the situation of older persons, many of whom face specific and differentiated challenges amplified by existing structures of inequality and disadvantage that are deeply rooted in ageism. Against this backdrop, we need new ways of thinking to craft effective solutions. And scientific research, in many cases, is the bedrock of effective policy and decision-making. Let me share an example with you. At the United Nations, global discussions on social entrepreneurship are often associated with youth. I'm yet to hear a delegate in New York highlight the importance of older entrepreneurs. Yet scientific research points to entrepreneurs aged between 50 and 80-year-olds making up a sizable proportion of all entrepreneurs, and that they tend to start businesses at a rate that is comparable to or higher than younger entrepreneurs. Older entrepreneurs are also slightly more likely to employ 5 or more people, whereas younger entrepreneurs are on average slightly more likely to run non-employer businesses. And get this, older persons are slightly more likely to be social entrepreneurs than those aged 18 to 49 years. So, in addition to the standard policy discussions on enhancing workplace engagement, an understanding of the value of experience accumulated over the life course, and the development of appropriate policies to harness the potential of older entrepreneurs is also important. Today's joint forum could not have come at a better time. Earlier this month, the President-elect of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Csaba Kőrösi of Hungary, announced that the focus of his presidency will be on solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and science. The need for qualified knowledge inputs into the policymaking processes of the international community is key. And the Joint Forum provides such a platform where evidence from the latest scientific research to promote national policies that build resilience, improve inclusiveness, and reduce inequality underpin discussions at the ministerial conference. MIPAA remains the blueprint for addressing global aging. If you have any doubts, I invite you to take a moment and look at the screen and consider what is not relevant today. The content of the plan of action speaks to today's challenges and opportunities as firmly as they spoke to them back in 2002. I know that when we recall the content of MIPAA, the first thing that comes to our mind is the 3 priority directions, but I am not interested in the layout of the document. In my view, what is more important and ought to be the first thing that we recall is that MIPAA represents the first time governments agreed to link questions of aging to other frameworks for social, economic development, and human rights. MIPAA highlighted the notion of dignity in older age almost a dozen times in its content. And since we will be reviewing its implementation over the last 5 years in the region, this is a good time to recall that according to MIPAA, such an implementation requires a vision for development that is based on human dignity, human rights, and equality. MIPAA celebrated longevity. It recognized the remarkable demographic transition and challenged all our societies to promote increased opportunities, in particular opportunities for older persons to realize their potential to participate fully in all aspects of life. Reaping the benefits of longevity demands that we re-examine existing attitudinal, legislative, and institutional structures. Currently, underlying societal and policy structures are not fully aligned with the realities of population aging and extended longevity. MIPAA recognized the need for close examination from a development perspective of a broader life course, and that action is needed to transform opportunities and quality of life of men and women as they age, thus building the foundation for a society of old ages. MIPAA also marked deep inequalities in the situation of older persons, and for this reason, the importance of placing aging in development agendas. The COVID-19 pandemic had a devastating impact on the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, with national and subnational data showing that years or even decades of development progress have been halted or reversed. Deliberate, concentrated actions will be needed to explicitly and directly address the underlying structures, attitudes, and policies that violate the rights of older persons and increase the risks and vulnerabilities that they experience. Ensuring full and equal participation of older persons will be crucial. Their perspectives and expertise in identifying the challenges, opportunities, and solutions should inform and support these efforts. MIPAA highlighted the importance of older persons' expectations and their preferences, a message that is echoed in the United Nations Decade of Healthy Aging, which presents an opportunity for collective action with diverse stakeholders to enable older persons to do what they value, retain the ability to make decisions, and preserve their purpose, their identity, and their independence. MIPAA also touched on the contributions of older persons to development. A few years ago, the United Nations Interagency Group on Aging, with colleagues at UNDP as penholder, in collaboration with AARP and HelpAge International, issued a technical report on aging older persons and the 2030 Agenda. The report stated that progress towards sustainable development requires the necessary conditions are developed to enable older persons to lead self-determined, healthy, and productive lives and empower them to exercise their right to make decisions and choices in all areas that affect their lives. Protecting and enhancing the autonomy, participation, and contribution of older persons represent three critical well-being outcomes consistent with this objective. We know that universally agreed upon definitions of these concepts and cross-nationally comparable data for measuring them remains scarce. Therefore, our team, in support of the work of the Titchfield Group, issued last December a background paper on measuring autonomy, participation, and contribution of older persons, authored by Zachary Morris, Jennifer Maiden, and Daniel Mont. It's posted on our website under briefing issues, and I encourage you all to check it out. And finally, MIPAA stomped out leading and negative stereotypes, particularly where older persons are disproportionately portrayed as a drain on the economy. In the period 2016 up to 2021, our team analyzed over 247 voluntary national reviews presented at the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development by 176 countries, where over two-thirds of which included reference to aging. A significant number of member states addressed the concerns of older persons in their reviews in the context of leaving no one behind. In those reports, older persons were predominantly addressed as a vulnerable group. The reviews also portrayed aging-related issues as a challenge, including by focusing on concerns over the sustainability of social services, pensions, and healthcare systems, and an input from a member state in this region noted that considering aging of its society as a factor that limits long-term and income growth. The review and appraisal process of MIPAA is a mechanism through which governments assess the effectiveness, efficiency, coherence, and impact of their national strategies, their legislations, policy provisions for older persons. And at its global review, this process establishes an opportunity for intergovernmental body at the international level to consider a new updated resolution in response to the outcomes of the fourth review and appraisal process. When I first, this is moving faster than me. When I first took lead of the program on aging in DESA, I was told by some stakeholders that MIPAA was old. An interesting choice of words. I had worked with the youth team prior to moving to the program on aging, and I recalled that the text of the World Program for Action on Youth was presented in 1996, and an annex was added to it in 2008, yet I do not recall any stakeholder referring to that document as old. On other occasions, I was told by a few that MIPAA is dead. Again, an interesting choice of words. I looked into the facts, and with the help of colleagues at the United Nations Regional Commissions, we found that there has been a steady and upward trend in the participation of member states in the review and appraisal exercise, with a dip during the second cycle due to exceptionally low participation in Africa. But certainly, MIPAA was not dead, not even close. The engagement of two-thirds of the member states in the last review and appraisal cycle attest to the importance of MIPAA as the international policy framework on aging. Then I looked into the motivation. If the notion that MIPAA is dead was being considered as a basis to start something new, this made me question the worth of the alternative that apparently requires a death to find its way into the light. The proclamation of the United Nations Decade of Healthy Aging proves my point. The decade builds on MIPAA and fills gaps in health and well-being by strengthening multi-sectoral approaches to healthy aging. And like MIPAA, the decade supports the realization of Agenda 2030. Also, the Secretary General will draw upon the reporting mechanism of MIPAA, among others, to inform the Secretary General Assembly about the implementation of the decade in 2023, most likely under the agenda item Global Health and Foreign Policy. The United Nations regional commissions are aware of this, and many, including the Economic Commission for Europe, have invited governments to cover activities related to the decade in its fourth review and appraisal exercise. Today, there are 22 United Nations entities collaborating under the umbrella of the Interagency Group on Aging to strengthen the inclusion of older persons in the work of the United Nations. To date, members of the group have jointly organized dozens of events and have issued 4 joint outputs, with a 5th led by our colleagues at WHO in collaboration with DESA, OHCHR, UN Women, and UNFPA, to be launched later today in commemoration of the World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. The Secretary General said that rising inequalities across the world is one of the defining challenges of our time. It undermines social progress, threatens economic stability, and undercuts human rights. Unless we take action to reverse this trend, inequalities will further deepen divides and threaten progress of the Sustainable Development Goals. While inequality has multiple dimensions, whether economic, social, or legal, and while it varies depending on the context, inequality can take place within a country as well as between different countries. And despite the adoption of MIPAA, disparities remain widespread. For instance, while having shrunk considerably, the difference in life expectancy at birth between low and high-income countries, it's still around 16 years. On one hand, we know well that gaps between policy and practice and the mobilization of sufficient human and financial resources remain a major constraint. Also, it is not apparent whether there has been any significant improvement in the utilization of the bottom-up participatory approach by member states in the past review and appraisal exercises. On the other hand, in some parts of the world, awareness of MIPAA remains limited or non-existent, which limits the scope of the implementation efforts. Our latest findings, for example, show that only 7% of African countries have a combination of law, policy, and action on aging inspired by MIPAA. That is in a region that is expected to witness the largest relevant increase in the number of older persons. We're talking about an increase of around 230% by 2050. A source of concern is that the major constraints identified to the implementation of MIPAA remained the same throughout the last 3 review and appraisal cycles. Should this trend continue through the 4th cycle, it will signal the recognition of the need for a dedicated call to action for older persons. What is also of concern is that over the past few years, we were all hopeful to catch a wave of several opportunities presented, including, for instance, Agenda 2030 and the Secretary General's proposal in our common agenda. Yet such opportunities fell short of anchoring the issue of aging in the global development agenda. From my experience following intergovernmental processes in New York, gained traction, if any, was thanks to a handful of committed stakeholders. A third issue of concern is the emergence of multiple rifts between some member states about whether aging issues are human rights or development issues. In 2018, the Economic and Social Council requested the Secretary General to address the relationship between development, social policy, and the human rights of older persons. In adopting MIPAA and the political declaration, not only did governments agree for the first time to link questions of aging to other social, economic, and human rights frameworks, they also recognized the need to promote both development and human rights in order to further the vision for an inclusive society for all ages. Development and human rights inform each other, and are mutually beneficial. By the way, this is not new. Such interlinkages have been recognized by member states and the international community time and again. Investing in policies to facilitate the full realization of the right to development will advance not only the implementation of MIPAA, but also the achievement of the 2030 Agenda. By the way, should any of you want to have more details about our very small team and what we do in New York, I put this out to show you exactly the efforts that we're trying to put influencing various pathways of intergovernmental processes that could potentially touch on aging. Society is stronger and more resilient when older women and men can play a meaningful role in development, contributing to policymaking that affects their lives. Older persons are asking, indeed demanding, decision makers to make concrete commitments, come up with solutions, and take real action. Let the moral voice of older people keep our feet to the fire, and let us be inspired by their tireless engagement and advocacy. We can no longer settle for business as usual. We know what must be done. I thank you all for your attention, and on behalf of myself and our team members, Julia, Chateau, Miriam, and Claudia, from the DESA program on aging in New York, we wish you all the very best in your discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amal, for your inspiring words. And now we are moving to the next session, and I invite Kai Leixenring to take the chair together with the speakers. The first of them will be remotely connected, so I invite our technicians to start the connection. And then we will have Lucy Vidovikova and Renata Bagatin. Please come up here. And I thank again Heidrun, Lydia, and Amal for their contribution in the first one.
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay.
No?
Okay. Yeah.
Is it also not working in the... Yeah, because... Hello? 1, 2, 3. Third time is always good. Yeah. Thank you. So again, my name is Kai Leixenring. I am the Executive Director of the European Center for Social Welfare Policy and Research, which is affiliated to the United Nations, especially to the Vienna branch. And as such, I am also representing research in the Working Group on Aging. And as such, we were involved in the organizing committee, which was already mentioned, and I would like to thank all colleagues in this committee for the great collaboration during the preparation time. And we'll come back to that, especially when we talk about the joint declaration. And it is a great pleasure that this is really the first time of a joint forum of NGOs and the research community. Some of you might recall that 5 years ago we had parallel sessions, and almost didn't talk to each other. Well, we had some networking sessions, but this time this was really a joint effort, and I would, as I kind of represent research in this, both in the working group on aging and in this committee, I would perhaps like to specially greet my colleagues from academia, and perhaps we could have a short check how many colleagues have followed our invitation. Yeah, so there are some, but the majority is are NGOs, which is obviously clear because it's the civil society is of course much larger than the research community. But as we have heard already, we have to work together and should work together, and this is what we intend to do not only today but also beyond this conference. So, as Heidrun already outlined, our idea for this joint forum is, of course, based on the one hand, the declaration, the ministerial declaration, where specific topics have been decided beforehand. So we have to address, of course, these topics. But we also wanted to go beyond these topics, and this we will do mainly in the afternoon. In this session, I would like to also underline our concept that was to install also a dialogue between researchers, between older or representatives of older persons, and policymakers. And so also this session is structured concerning or related to this concept. And I would like to welcome, first of all, Barbara Westerholm, who is really representing older persons and also actually becoming a policy or being also a policymaker. So she is, we would have liked to welcome her really here physically, but unfortunately this was at last moment not possible. Then we tried all types of technical online online connections, but also this was only partly possible. I hope now that Barbara can hear us or is connected to us. Is this possible?
Yes, I should be connected.
You hear us?
I'm sorry that I cannot be with you because of parliamentary work right now, and that data technique did not make it possible to see me in person. But I hope you can see my slide. And the first slide. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but hang on, I just wanted to give a short overview of the session before giving you the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Is this okay?
Very good, very good. I will wait.
Yeah, because apart from Barbara, we have then Lucy Vidovichova from Masaryk University, representing Czech Republic or Czechia. And she will give the input from a research point of view, but not too scientific, I heard.
At all?
Because the idea is really to install a dialogue here, and then especially also with representative of, also in this case, an active ager. Because Renata Bagatin is, on the one hand, already a pensioner, but on the other hand, more active than ever, probably. And she is also representing the host country as a former regional councillor in Friuli Venezia Giulia. So this is our panel for this session. And without further ado, I would perhaps invite Barbara, just saying that this session is, of course, focusing on a topic that is at the heart of MIPAA, let's say. Promoting active and healthy aging has been on the agenda of MIPAA and of Madrid, especially from the beginning. But we have seen that it was also, as we say in German, a child of its time. We have seen that, especially in the beginning, this concept of active aging was then often reduced to extending working lives and extending the pension age. While over the past few years we have seen a slight change. So not only is it on the responsibility of the individual, especially this discussion on working longer was often given a bit to the individual. So it's a responsibility of the individual to stay healthy, to stay active, and to stay in the labor market. But over the past few years, we have seen a slight change to this, and this twist we have also seen in the Ministerial Declaration 2022. We have seen that here there is a lot of talk of facilitating, of providing societal support to the individual, of taking a life course approach to also active aging. And I think that this is an important shift in this concept. I know right from the beginning there was also, let's say, the second part of healthy and active aging was also dedicated to long-term care and the need of care that should be addressed. But as I said, for many years this part of the concept had been a bit hidden, and now it came a bit more to the forefront. And so I hope we can also in the discussion underpin this a bit more also with evidence from the presentations and from the floor. So now, Barbara, do you still hear us?
Yes.
Then,
oh yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I know you are, as a member of Swedish Parliament, you cannot travel currently, as you have also important decisions to take there. So we are looking forward very much to your perspective as an older person, but also as a policymaker from a Nordic country that has always been on top of, for example, the active aging index rankings, but also in social policy in general. So, Barbara, let's start. We can see.
Thank you.
We can see your slides, and you just tell
Very
us
good.
what you want.
Because the first slide shows what I'm going to talk about, the perspective of older persons. I will be 89 years old tomorrow, so I think I have collected some experience in this field. Slide 2, please. It tells what I am going to talk about. I'm talking about the freedom of older people to make their own choices, how to live their lives, and some of the obstacles which have to be tackled. I can't cover all. Slide 3, please. The first and most dominant important is age discrimination. It's a very difficult obstacle to tackle. WHO, the World Health Organization, says that it is the most difficult discrimination ground to do anything about. And you can see from the slide the definition that ageism is prejudice or discrimination against people because of their age. It typically applies to people who are older, but can also affect young people. And it has a negative impact on both physical and mental health. And it's also linked with earlier death. And it occurs in all sectors of society. We most often talk about occupation and education, but you can find it in health, social welfare, good services, and media, etc. Slide 4, please. Slide 4. And this deals with occupation, and what I think is so important is that older people must be seen as a resource in society. In the country I know best, Sweden, the employer seems to choose people who are between 30 and 40 years old. And then it becomes more and more difficult for 40 plus to change occupation. And therefore, older people who want to and can must be allowed to continue to work despite chronological retirement ages. And this was actually put forward by WHO already in the 1980s, and how health was impaired for those who were denied to go on working. We have to realize that many people can't work more than up to 60 years of age, but those who can, they should not be prevented from doing so. And their contributions to civil society should be valued, both that you see what they are doing, but also in terms of money, because money talks in political circles. So therefore, research here is of great importance. Slide 5, slide 5, which deals with health care and people, older people. Very good. I can't see the slide there for the confusion. In many countries, we have a legislation that age should not influence what you recommend in respect of drug treatment and so on, what has to be done for older people. But the reality is that there are age limits, chronological age limits, and there are limits which doctors, nurses, and other staff they are unaware of. So, and there is a lack of knowledge about healthcare needs of older people among healthcare professionals, which has to be tackled. And there is unequal access to health and social care, because when money is scarce, you tend to try to save money in the treatment of older people. And there is also insufficient support to caregivers, because much of the health care needs are met by caregivers, spouses, and so on. And there are practical examples of chronological age limits. For instance, in screening, mammography, many countries stopped to offer it to women 75 plus, because the clinical trials which were run, they stopped at 74, so there is no evidence-based data to show that mammography is good also for women 75 plus. And one very serious area is prescribing of medicine. It's based on symptoms, not diagnosis. You can see it in the treatment of depression in older people. By routine, antidepressants are prescribed, despite the fact that they are not tested properly in older people and that they also cause severe adverse reactions. And why do the older patients come to doctors and present their depressive symptoms? It might be that they are lonely, isolated. This became very true during the pandemic, that when older people were isolated, couldn't live together even with their spouses or meet their children. Of course, it was very near them to become depressed, but that depression is not to be treated by medicine. And in the country I know best now, Sweden, we deep dive here in how are antidepressants used, to what effect should they really be used in the way they are for older patients. And then in the US, WHO has shown that in their global report that age discrimination in healthcare, it's very expensive. Money talks again. And if we can show what it costs not to give the right treatment to older people, I think politicians, decision makers, doctors, nurses, and so on, will change their routine in the treatment of older people. Next slide, slide 6. And then we have the digital and other technologies. It's a wide range of age, positive for many, but not all users. In many countries you have a goal that the whole society should be digitalized. I think that's a long goal. You have to be aware that it's positive for many, but sometimes negative. There are mobiles, computers, the use of credit cards, bank accounts, and so on. The patients with cognitive disorders, they can't handle it. So these technologies have to be tested and evaluated, both with regard to technical quality and ethical consideration. And now to my conclusion, because it has to be very brief because of lack of time. So my conclusion here is, first, see older people as individuals, not a collective. We are born very alike, but then as we grow older and older, we become more and more difficult as compared to others. And it must be a human right for older people to be free to live as they wish, as long as they do not harm others. So this in healthcare, in occupation and so on, see the older person as individuals and also a resource. They should not be seen as a burden to society. And it is a human right as an older person to get one's needs covered in a human way and based on scientific evidence. And the last point is, of course, this which is put forward in WHO's campaign since 2016, that ageism and age discrimination have to be fought down in all sectors of society. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm sorry I couldn't be with you.
Thank you, Barbara. Just a question, can you still stay with us also at...
Oh, yes. I will stay the whole time, no problem.
Okay, great, because then we can have the discussion afterwards, after the three presentations. And I would like to go on and give the floor to Lucy Vidovičová. She is a researcher, sociologist, and social gerontologist. This means she's really dealing with with population aging and the impact on our societies. So I'm looking forward to seeing your take on the concept of healthy and active aging across the life course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, the organizers and Italian government for having us come together, but also you here in the audience for your very valuable time and inputs that you've provided before or you are planning to do today. We will be talking about older people, and we have been talking about older people previously, and we will have still more talks going on in the course of the days. So I was thinking maybe I will start with slightly different concept and introduce it here for you. I'll bet it's very easy one, and it's easy to follow, and we all live with it, but somehow it has very big difficulties to get into policy actions. And the question in mind I have is the question of time, and the problem of time dynamics, how we can take this into account when we are producing our policies, when we are choosing our topics, and when we are trying to reach the conclusions or plan for further actions. So the time. The cultural conceptions of time vary much between each of ourselves, but also within different cultures and nation states, but also depending on where we are at the timeline, coming from maybe the birth up to our deaths, but also even earlier, going back into history. Time could be memories, could be development, could be, the yesterday's news. Do you know who had a birthday yesterday? It was Alzheimer's birthday, 152nd, I guess. And there are, again, different aspects how we can take time on board into our thinking about the topic here at hand. And the life course perspective we want to discuss here for a moment is a paradigm, or if you want to think of it as a glass that you look at the different issues, and it uses the time or the effects of change over time as a part of looking at different topics that will emphasize also the social context, individual development, and overall historical development, for example. And very useful concept that is also present in the life course perspective is age, period, cohort effects. There could be different results if we look at some issue, and we look at how it is changing for aging body as an individual. But we are born in certain year, and that also can have effect on our experiences. And we are living in certain times that could be marked by huge events like a COVID-19 or war in Ukraine, or something very new and special like the internet being born that will affect how we are aging and processing through the time. There have been, only just from 2018, 780,000 studies done on life course perspective, and from that 16,000, more than 16,000 on active aging. And if I would have the time, I would guide you through the results of each and one of them. But of course, I don't have that much time, just giving a minute to each of them. So I draw 4 key learning lessons that these studies are bringing us. The first one is that life is complicated, but also colorful. It was already mentioned by people who were speaking before me that the heterogeneity is the most important standpoint we can have. And the research is going back and back confirming that people are just not the same, differing on the time they were born, the period they are living in, and the time of the season of their life they're in. Also, in the research, we like to use this thing called linear regressions, or we just testing hypotheses that go, if one indicator goes up, the other one also goes up or goes down. You know, if you are getting older, you may, be more depressed, or such type of results that are very kind of sexy to be used in policymaking because they are easy to communicate, but life is much more complicated than that. And rather than thinking about linear lines, maybe I was thinking that the EKG line of your heart is better model how we can think about developments. And very important lesson from life course perspectives are something we call the cumulative advantage-disadvantage. Things, be they good or be they bad, tend to come together and accumulate. So if we have one friend, it will be much easier for you to have even wider social net, because this one friend will bring you another, and you will be less lonely. If you don't have this one friend, and there will be policies that will say, you need to get wider social network, how we are going to do that. So this is reflecting in social network, financial aspects, quality of housing, and a lot of different things that will prove this right. An important thing is that future started yesterday. Let me give you very brief examples of what the studies with life course perspective can do for us in these 4 terms. For example, the research has shown that exposure to harmful events during pregnancy and early infancy, that's called the first 1,000 days, has an impact on health at subsequent ages, up to the old age of the life course, and even across generations. So we can see, or we have results or evidence that health really matters, and it starts to matter even before you are born. And the results we are reaping are at least partially pretty much driven before. And there's a variety of different topics that we can approach by life course perspective, up to something that, for example, colleagues have done on the study of health and retirement. And they came up with the result that deeper understanding of pet ownership and the human-animal bond throughout people's lives plays an enormous role. So we can go into very biological topics, social topics, and quality of life topics, and always we will see that these 4 key lessons will play a role. One last example I want to share from the research concretely. It's from the program GenderNet Plus, and some of my co-authors, Maria Artsen and Kieran Walsh, are in the audience. So if you want to have more details, they can provide you with that as well. But we have done something we call aerial archaeology, like when you're flying with a plane and you can see the residuals of what used to be a castle or old plane on the floor, but already kind of under layers of the history coming over that. But we can define or find in our data that sparse social networks in later life may have roots, and that differs for men and women. For men, that's the influence of physical aspects of childhood living conditions, like inadequate housing or financial difficulties. For women, that's more the cultural capital of the family of origin and the quality of relationships with parents. That's around the age of 12. Your family of origin will have great importance and influence on the quality of your later life. And why I'm saying that? Because there's nothing too early to intervene. Whatever you do for children will have good quality results in their aging process, and this is what the life course approach is teaching us. Very similar results, just to confirm, came up with huge and similar study of Chinese older adults on loneliness incidence. And another thing that life course approach helps us, and this is not the result of a life course perception, but we can look at the data, the cross-sectional data. This is a study of perceived or experienced age discrimination divided by the different age groups. And we will see that we will have about 30% of young people that are aging with already having experienced age discrimination in their life. And it's something that affected their quality of life before that, and it will affect them later in life as well. And this is just the Czech data, but there's a policy brief already mentioned by Lydia that can give you more information on that. So very quickly, what if we see that the past has something to do with our now, we should learn that also our future will be influenced by that. And the future will be very different people living in very different lives and in very different contexts with very different technologies and in a very, unfortunately, probably unstable climate. So these different people, these are two celebrities, women in their 50s. The first one is mid-19th century from Czech novel, and the other one is just pregnant. How women in 100 years from now will look like in their 50s, we don't know. Yet our policies are not really reflecting that. The lives will be different. We still tend to think and produce our policies in a three-box models. We socialize and educate, then we work, and then we go and retire, and that's that. We know, and especially from women's life, this is not how the life looks like, and we have to get our policies ready for different career breaks, care breaks, and other types of events that happen in the between on the linear lines that are more like the EKG lines. Don't think that you will be the clever old people that know with the internet in 20 years' time. Does anybody of you know what NFTs are? I know that because I have a 14-year-old son who teaches me that. Unless we keep ourselves or the society gives us opportunities to learn about new technologies, we will be as much digital divided or after the digital divide and digitally excluded as today's older people are. The world is changing, technologies are changing, and we don't have ways to keep up, and we have to find those in the future. You may recognize or guess what these graphs are. The dark blue is the graph of deaths due to coronavirus in Czech Republic in 2020 by age groups. What is much less discussed and kind of noted in the policies, and I'm so happy that there are propositions in the document that we will be discussing today. The other graph is the age distribution of deaths because of the heat waves. And talking about yesterday's news, I'm from very central part of Europe, and we've been hit by a tornado just 2 days ago. And this is just second tornado in a year. And the first one hit very hard, the nursing home, and there were casualties on life. There will be a climate-related crisis, and again, this is something we need to get ready for. So to sum up with the lessons again, we can be categorized as young and old or too young and too old many times throughout the life. So the one lesson to take, stop being age bullies to one another. But also, and maybe more importantly, this is a dynamic term that is socially constructed. And if it's constructed, we can also try to deconstruct it or at least reconstruct it and rethink and if we actually need these terms and brackets that we need to use. It's never too early to start to do something. Early interventions should be an inherent part of the pro-aging or active aging, healthy aging policies, and they should be recognized as something that contributes to better aging. And therefore, the policies need to step out of the silo, definitions, designs, implementations, and evaluations into more systematic life course understanding of the processes, including their synergies and crises that are, again, there, and we need to deal with them. And to be aware that these tend to have cumulate or, of course, intersectionality, so age, gender, minority statuses, that all comes together. And the aging phenomenon has its past, its present, and the future, and each one of them have different faces. And let me really stop with the actual claim, going back to the result. I was there in 2002, where the promises were made. I'm Lucia Vidovičová, I'm older person of 2042, And I demand more age-inclusive, age-friendly, and life course included approaches to my own aging. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lucy. This was the perspective of research that gave us some insights that we should also take up then in the discussion about the declaration that we will have in the afternoon. This declaration is, of course, I would say we cannot change a lot anymore, but perhaps we can, from the discussion, take one or the other idea and put it also there in this declaration or in future ones, and in particular in the implementation phase for the next 5 years. So thank you very much for this perspective. So the next perspective is again a mix of perspective of an older person and the perspective of a policymaker. We have just heard we are all growing into our target group and therefore also gain experience, and I guess you have gained a lot of experience during your whole life career that you spent in working with the Italian Union. CGL as regional chair, then also as national chair, and now also with the very strong and well-organized union of pensioners. Also here, first regional, then national, and I'm looking forward to hearing your perspective and your experience on active and healthy aging as an active ager. Thank you.
Grazie per l'invito. La crescita della popolazione in età anziana è ormai un dato stabile a livello mondiale, non solo nei paesi già sviluppati, ma anche nei paesi in fase di sviluppo. I fattori determinanti di questa crescita, sia nel numero in valore assoluto che nell'incidenza sulla popolazione complessiva, si possono riassumere nella longevità, nella diminuita natalità, nelle migliorate condizioni di salute e nel generale benessere sociale che caratterizza il progresso socio-economico della seconda metà del secolo XX. Nei decenni futuri ci saranno sempre più vecchi, ovvero persone ricche di anni da vivere. La transizione demografica che stiamo vivendo con l'evidenza statistica dei numeri sta modificando i nostri cicli di vita per le conseguenti dinamiche che li caratterizzano. Secondo i recenti rapporti del nostro Istituto Nazionale di Statistica, l'Istat, l'Italia è un paese con sempre più anziani e sempre meno bambini. Le persone con 65 anni e più incidono sulla popolazione residente per il 23,8%. Il 56,2% sono donne, il 43,8% maschi. Anche a causa della pandemia cresce l'età media a 46,2 anni nel 2022. Il Friuli Venezia Giulia da decenni registra un elevato ritmo di invecchiamento della popolazione e con la regione Liguria è il contesto territoriale ai primi posti in Italia per l'incidenza delle persone anziane. La popolazione del Friuli Venezia Giulia è sempre in calo negli ultimi anni. Gli anziani over 65 al 1 gennaio 22 hanno un'incidenza sulla popolazione del 26,7%. Prevalgono anche in questo caso le donne con il 56,7%. In questo contesto le dinamiche demografiche hanno avuto un impatto sul sistema di welfare locale, sia nelle politiche sanitarie e socioassistenziali che nella promozione di una rete di socialità e di partecipazione attiva alle problematiche sociali. In Friuli Venezia Giulia le politiche di welfare sono state da sempre una costante e attenta presenza nelle scelte istituzionali. La presenza di una ricca rete associativa e di solidarietà è stata significativa anche per favorire l'attenzione politica alle problematiche dell'invecchiamento attivo. È stata l'iniziativa europea promossa nel 2012 relativa all'anno europeo per l'invecchiamento attivo e la solidarietà fra le generazioni a dare impulso in sede locale al percorso indicato dall'Unione Europea. Ha favorito territorialmente confronti e riflessioni sulle opportunità di vita attiva e ha avviato occasioni di partecipazione a possibili interventi innovativi. In questo contesto culturale è maturata la prospettiva di una normativa regionale in materia di invecchiamento attivo. Nel 2014 la Regione Autonoma Friuli Venezia Giulia, con la legge specifica, approvata all'unanimità da tutto il Consiglio regionale, adotta una politica innovativa che tende a superare l'approccio tradizionale nei confronti delle persone anziane, ponendo le basi per un rafforzamento delle politiche e degli interventi che ne valorizzino il protagonismo e l'inclusione sociale. In sintonia con l'approccio dell'Unione Europea e in tema di Active Age, si ritiene che le persone over 65 non sono solo semplici portatori di bisogni, ma anche risorse che, opportunamente sostenute, sono d'aiuto per se stesse e per la comunità locale. La legge regionale di promozione dell'invecchiamento attivo viene emendata nel 2020 con norme di contrasto della solitudine. La legge regionale nelle sue finalità intende riconoscere e valorizzare il ruolo delle persone anziane nella comunità, promuovere la loro partecipazione alla vita sociale, civile, economica e culturale, facilitare percorsi di autonomia, di benessere sia fisico che mentale e sociale, contrastare fenomeni di esclusione, pregiudizio e discriminazione verso le persone anziane, sostenere azioni e interventi di inclusione e di invecchiamento attivo. Le finalità sono perseguite attraverso un programma triennale degli interventi e l'attuazione della legge, strumento operativo nel quale vengono definite le modalità, le azioni e le risorse con cui le direzioni centrali delle amministrazioni regionali concorrono alla sua realizzazione. La Giunta regionale approva il programma triennale degli interventi e i relativi piani annuali di attuazione. Nella pubblica amministrazione, di solito, ogni assessorato lavora per i temi di propria competenza e difficilmente si relaziona con gli altri. La scelta innovativa inserita in questa legge non è stata semplice, ma lo sforzo ha avuto l'esito positivo di mettere tutte le direzioni insieme con al centro la persona anziana. Per la realizzazione degli interventi la legge ha formalizzato un tavolo permanente tra le diverse direzioni centrali, a cui compete definizione del piano triennale e la predisposizione di piani di attuazione annuali. Il tavolo di lavoro permanente è coordinato dalla direzione centrale competente in materia di salute e politiche sociali. Le attuali direzioni regionali coinvolte nel progetto sono 7. Il piano triennale e i relativi piani annuali di attuazione, prima dell'approvazione da parte della Giunta regionale, vengono discussi in Consiglio regionale. Altro aspetto importante è la verifica. Molte volte il legislatore fa le leggi, ma nessuno poi verifica se si applicano o meno. Inoltre si è definito un portale regionale sull'invecchiamento attivo. Partecipano, oltre alle associazioni, i comuni, i vari portatori di interesse, le associazioni, vengono inseriti progetti dei vari territori. Molte volte non serve inventare, ma basta seguire le esperienze positive di altri. Le finalità della normativa vigente si esplicitano in un ampio articolato di azioni strategiche, di possibili interventi diretti dell'istituzione regionale e indiretti, in collaborazione con gli enti indicati dalla legge quali attuatori, i comuni, le università e le istituzioni scolastiche, associazioni e realtà del terzo settore, aziende sanitarie, eccetera. Le aree di intervento sono descritte in 9 dimensioni operative, così di seguito indicate: politiche familiari, formazione, impegno civile, cultura e turismo sociale, trasporti sociali, salute e benessere, accessibilità all'informazione, ai servizi, alle nuove tecnologie, completamento dell'attività lavorativa, contrasto alla solitudine. La Regione Friuli-Venezia Giulia è oggi al terzo triennio di pianificazione degli interventi in materia di invecchiamento attivo e nel 7° anno di programmazione annuale. Rispetto ai 2 piani precedenti triennali, l'indicazione strategica per il triennio 22-24 ha inteso correlare la pianificazione regionale con le indicazioni dell'Unione Europea, il Libro Verde, e dello Stato, il PNR, e le raccomandazioni del Dipartimento per le politiche della famiglia in tema di invecchiamento attivo. Questo ha portato a connettere e migliorare quanto è stato realizzato nel corso degli ultimi anni in tema di invecchiamento attivo in Friuli Venezia Giulia e contestualizzare la legge regionale in uno scenario sovraordinato di strategie vincolanti. Sullo sfondo restano le politiche ordinarie di intervento in tema di politiche sociali e sanitarie, che nei prossimi anni troveranno nelle linee strategiche opportunità di riordino e di innovazione. La Regione, politicamente unanime nell'affrontare le tematiche relative all'invecchiamento della popolazione, si è assunta la responsabilità di sviluppare una strategia di lungo periodo, utilizzando efficacemente la struttura europea sull'Active Age. Questo ha dunque significato il suo posizionamento di rilievo all'interno dell'arena europea, come dimostrato dalle attività e progetti portati avanti in ambito europeo e al riconoscimento di sito di riferimento, reference site. Tale riconoscimento viene attribuito dalla Commissione europea a soggetti istituzionali, regioni, che hanno adottato strategie particolarmente innovative e trasversali a supporto dell'invecchiamento attivo e inserisce la regione in una rete europea denominata Reference Site Collaborative Network. Concludendo, è auspicabile che le istituzioni pubbliche si adoperino per promuovere percorsi integrati e condivisi per rivedere i modelli di welfare in una prospettiva sostenibile ed inclusiva, superare le difficoltà di gestione e organizzazione, perché le generazioni future non siano sopraffatte da una mancata visione di insieme. Il primo nodo critico è di carattere culturale e quindi politico. Comprendere che un welfare sostenibile ed inclusivo implica la valorizzazione della persona umana in tutte le sue diversità. Il secondo nodo è di natura tecnica e amministrativa, che superi la frammentazione delle politiche di settore con nuove opportunità rappresentate dai modelli di governance multilivello, coinvolgendo risorse del territorio per praticare risposte efficaci ed efficienti a fenomeni complessi e articolati. Una nuova visione con temi che abbiamo cercato di inserire per un reale cambiamento della società. Per questo c'è bisogno di progettare e investire sul nuovo, pensando ad esempio a stili di vita sani, formazione durante tutto l'arco della vita, nuove abitazioni, nuovi trasporti e servizi che facciano sentire tutti i cittadini persone di questo pianeta. Lo sforzo, come politici, è stato quello di guidare la vecchiaia. Bisogna investire oggi con molta creatività per avere un futuro migliore, una visione dove tutti possono crescere in una prospettiva solidale. Non bisogna aggiungere anni alla vita, ma vita agli anni. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Renata. So we had inputs from the three perspectives, and now we can think about what this means during the coffee break. And on top of that, you will get additional input probably from the photo exhibition that was organized by Professor Simone Scarlata, who is the president of the Italian Society of Geriatrics and Gerontology. And perhaps we hear a few words about this photo exhibition and also especially where it is and where we can see the photos.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. So, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for the opportunity of being here, sharing and joining this venue, this beautiful venue with you. As a representative and president of the regional board of the Italian Society of Geriatrics and Gerontology, and on behalf of the national president, Professor Landi, it's a real big issue for me introducing it to Rome and welcoming to Rome. Last but not least, I'm very proud of introducing about the photo exhibition that is going to happen just the upper floor, and all around the venue we'll see some pictures. You'll also be able to see one of our proudly endorsed projects. Is named Apartment 21. It is made by the photo artist Massimo Podio and focuses mainly on the inside and the daily life of a strategic, of a pivotal person in the network of care for aging people, that is the caregiver. You will see that many aspects of his life would be represented, and I think it would be very useful to provide some more in deep inside of this condition. The exhibition will be completed by many other topics that will focus on a worldwide exposition of many aspects related with aging, senescence, and ageism, as we have heard during this first speech. This is the real topic of this journey we are having here in Rome. So I tell you, welcome again. I hope you may enjoy this capital city as well as the Congress venue and exhibition too. Welcome to Rome and have a good day.
Yeah, thank you very much. So have a nice coffee break, which is one upstairs. And be back at 12 o'clock with your questions and inputs to our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the chairing.
Yeah, well, no, you stay. Because the ensuing session will start then immediately. So, please say your name, your organization, and your country, and your question. Thank you.
It is there. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President. My name is Philip Hamro Rots. I am coming from Finland, Confederation of Swedish-speaking retired in Finland. Is it okay? Yeah. Okay, you hear? Okay.
No, the interpreters.
Interpretation.
Interpreters don't.
So I take again Philip Hamro Rots. I'm coming from.
Adesso?
Est-ce que ça marche?
No. No audio at the interpreter's booth.
Geht es auch Deutsch?
No, it doesn't help. No. Even Finnish doesn't help.
No, yeah, but I'm speaking Swedish, perhaps. Okay, now we start then. So
no, it's okay. Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Philip Hamro Rots. I'm coming from Finland, Confederation of Swedish-speaking retired in Finland. Thank you very much for this starting of the conference. We are now to comment this first part. I would like to thank from, I think, the audience, all those who have had their interventions. Much interesting. I cannot take up more than one or two aspects. In fact, we live in a world of paradox because we have to struggle for the rights of aged against ageism, discrimination. We have such a culture who has lost the real culture, as we know, or original people and societies, where the aged persons were the most respected persons, everywhere, at home, in society. They got the first to eat, they were the first in line, sitting at the benches, everywhere. So there is a paradox now. But as we are living in this society, it is good that we attack and struggle these points. Recognition of old people, seeing them as a resource, I give my full support to this. We may, and above all, struggle for the rights and defend the rights of old people through large people, in the families, in society. But in addition, there is also possibility to establish, for instance, in my country, we have recently established an official ombudsman to speak for the rights and defend of old people and to put new initiatives for them. My point is that person at governmental level doesn't come instead of our voice, but in addition. So it is addition, not instead. Very important. Okay. May I come with one proposal to this chapter?
Please,
very short.
You cannot speak for 15 minutes. We have
yes. So one more is, the heading is how to promote an active and healthy aging. Please, could you consider also to add a meaningful aging? Meaningful, because if you lose the meaningful, then you lose everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Dear Chair, dear all colleagues, and I agree with my colleague from Finland. My name is Virpi Duva, and I am Executive Director at VALLI, the Union for Senior Services in Finland. Promoting active and healthy aging, I think that development of digital participation for older people is very important theme to evaluate and measure more. I think that this is also a very important issue that we need to focus more in the future. Also, I would like to congratulate the writers for their excellent work. Declaration is comprehensive and very much of this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions or remarks? Otherwise, I give. Yeah. All right.
Hello, I'm Nora Keating from Canada. I have a question, I think particularly for Lucy. My question has to do with this important comment that we make that we must think about aging across the entire life course. And I wonder if that becomes interpreted as mostly doing interventions in the early part of the life course, but not really considering those that might be happening later on.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, please just line up behind the micro.
Hello, I'm Kieran McKinney from Age and Opportunity, and it's related to the last question. It's in terms of life course perspective, I'm really aware that these days we now say older from the age of 50, which means I've already been an older person for 13 years and I could possibly live, unto my 90s. I'm wondering whether we need a more nuanced terminology here. And I know that I believe there has been some work on this, but I'm not too aware of it. So thanks.
Thank you. What terminology?
Hello, I'm Francesca Carpenedo from Italy, and it's a question for Mrs. Bagatin. Given that we have a representative of the local government within this session of joint forum. And I would like to ask her what, in the light of these 8 years since the enforcement of the law on active aging in Friuli Venezia Giulia, what proved to work and what proved not to work within the law, and how was developed the evaluation process. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So if there is nobody else, perhaps Lucy?
Sure, if this one works. Thank you very much for the challenging points. I would, no, are we working there? Yeah, I think so. I would go back to the front, and I'm very happy for the Finnish example of having special ombudsperson for the rights of older people, and importantly, in addition to usual, not instead of that. And that goes back to the Nora's question in that how we should not lose the sight that despite it's not very useful for us to work in the silos and the policies, we've seen that, and unfortunately also in my country, that some of the policies got the front row seating and the aging policies go back using the arguments of life course approach. So I go back and say life course approach means from the birth or even before the birth up to the very, very end and afterwards. So it really, and again, it's back to how we advocate for the approach, that it really needs to take in account the whole life course, not, again, just different parts of the pieces. And it also relates to the question of if we need a more nuanced labels. And when I teach, I use the example of the richest YouTuber in Czech Republic. and he is 25, and he's sitting there and saying how old is he for his business, because there are 15-year-olds who are now better and bigger than he is in his 25th year. So these are very much context related, and my proposition would be, get rid of it all. But then again, we would go into that probably we may kind of, I was saying that we lose the baby with the bathing water. So there's really looking for the middle grounds, how to get rid of that but keep it, and I don't know how we are going to do that. And the very last point goes about older people being more valued in the past. And if we study some historical sources, we would see that these were the rich, older people, typically men, that would have this, being worshipped and listened and given preferences to. So it's remind us ourselves that it's his story, usually, and it's also about the wealthy people. There were very bad times for poor older people in the history. And so again, there's nothing new about ageism, unfortunately.
Mentre per quanto riguarda la risposta alla signora Francesca, cosa ha funzionato e cosa no? In questi anni noi ogni anno appunto si fa la valutazione e si stabilisce le cose che sono andate e quelle no. Quelle che sono andate è chiaramente l'avvio di un percorso e, come dicevo, è un fattore culturale. Un fattore culturale vuol dire che la legge viene radicata nel territorio. Quindi territorio significano le varie municipalità e quindi significano le associazioni di volontariato e quindi si è ramificata in tutte le parti. Questo è un fattore positivo perché ci ha messo nelle condizioni gradualmente di arrivare a un'applicazione molto attiva e molto positiva. Le cose negative sono che in tutte le realtà ancora non si è sviluppata, specialmente nelle zone di montagna, nelle zone isolate, che lì bisogna insistere, quindi lì bisogna continuare a lavorare con attenzione. La valutazione, i dati delle valutazioni finora fatti sono stati positivi proprio perché c'è il coinvolgimento dei comuni e di tutte le associazioni di volontariato, a partire dalla Chiesa, ma anche dalle varie altre associazioni. Quindi un dato positivo che vede gradualmente un maggior coinvolgimento e attenzione seria sull'invecchiamento della popolazione.
Grazie. Sì, perché un problema è spesso parliamo della longevità, però in politica ci sono i cicli, sono brevi. Quindi in questo momento, visto che lei adesso non è più in quel governo, come vanno le cose?
Bene. Allora, premessa, come dicevo, la legge è stata fatta con il voto all'unanimità in Consiglio regionale. Quando io ho proposto quella legge, non è stato un frutto caduto dall'alto, ma è stata proprio il coinvolgimento non solo della politica ma anche della società civile. Questo ha permesso allora di essere votato all'unanimità. Adesso è cambiato il Consiglio regionale, non ci sono più, ma la legge continua ad andare avanti, proprio perché le basi di quella legge erano basi condivise da tutto lo strato di politica ma anche della società e quindi la legge continua come a prescindere se la bagatin è presente o meno.
Bene. Thank you very much. One more question.
Yes, hello, I am Pillet Soppagan from Estonia, and my comment or question was rather that As data collection, in the morning we were speaking about that also. Age is lumped together from 65 to 150. And
hang on. There's again a problem with the... try again.
Do I continue or do I start? So my question is about data collection and change in data collection in terms of having smaller age gaps in the statistical information, because 65 years old is not 89 years old. So the needs are different, the problems are different, and this is, we have, back in my country, we have talked about it a lot, but my governmental people say that statistics is collected the way that it is globally collected.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Statistics is in itself is ageist, obviously. There's one. There's.
React to that point.
Yeah, hang on. There's one additional. Yeah, because it's.
Hi, I'm Liat Ayalon from Bar Ilan University in Israel, and my question is related to Kai's comment about the limited number of researchers here, and I'm wondering if it would be beneficial to have more researchers here, and if so, how?
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Posso? Sono Claudio Falasca di Auser. La domanda è questa: nel nostro sistema sanitario in Italia, il sistema pubblico, abbiamo il medico di famiglia e il pediatra di famiglia che prestano le loro prestazioni, sono gratuite, sono pubbliche. Noi insistiamo perché venga introdotta la figura del geriatra di famiglia, cioè una figura apposita per le persone anziane. La domanda è questa: cosa ne pensa in particolare la Lucie, credo si chiami Lucie, di questa proposta, e come si comportano gli altri paesi riguardo a questa idea?
Okay. And very short.
I try. Clemens Schrömer from Germany. I just wanted to make a brief remark. I think there are three statements in the declaration. The first one is all older people are equal. The second one, and that's really implicit, the second one is all older people are different. There's a high diversity. And the third one is if you're treating older people the same, then this is ageism. But I still think that all three statements have a right to pay attention to, because I think there are certain characteristics which apply only to older people and not to younger people. And I think the contradictory nature of these three statements is not paid enough attention to in the declaration. And I have to be honest, that's only, I realized that only during this morning, otherwise I would have said it before. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we can take this on board for the future. Two short remarks.
Yes, very technical one. I've been part of UNECE task force on age-related statistics, and there are documents that you can go to and take them to your government, where we specifically say how the data needs to be more detailed, how we need to overrepresent older people in our sampling, so there you can get relevant information. It's not happening. Also, the information that older people are not technical savvy are taken from the surveys that end up, their samples are ending up in age 74. They don't have upper, information about older people. So this is very, very problematic, and we should, but the suggestions how to do that, or even requirements how to do that, are there already, so just implement them.
Thank you. I think that was, yeah. The geriatric, the family geriatric is a good idea.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it is, and it could have different forms. Again, it could be a coordinator of care within the community. We are lacking that all over Europe as well. That we have these people don't know us as a patients or how we are changing through lives. And if somebody like that would be in the community, or even like family geriatrician, that would be very, very helpful, I believe.
Yeah, so I think then we answered the questions. We closed. I would also like to thank Francesco Barabella, who will also be the rapporteur of this session. There will be also some documentation of this session. We have slides. We have also some text, and we will have a short synthesis. And this will then be put in one way or the other on the conference website. But for this, I would like to close session 1 and hand over to Heidrun for the next session. That goes that will just go on. Thank you very much.
So, while we have a short change of the names here around the podium, I see all three of our panelists are already here. Very good, excellent. In this session, we focus on a matter that concerns many of us. And it will concern us even more in the future because of the rising number of older persons. The care of persons in need of care for a long period of time and their current situation, their specific needs and the needs and performance of the people who care for them, be they professional caregivers, family members, or other unpaid caregivers. And it will be about how adequate and qualitative care can be ensured in the future. In addition to the people directly affected, many different other actors at local, regional, and state level are in demand. And we have once again invited proven experts from science, from civil society, and from politics to answer at least a few of these questions, because the issue is too complex. And on the one hand, the advantage of a joint forum is that we can hear and listen to the different perspectives and different backgrounds. At the same time, it limits our possibilities to go in depth. So we try our best to hear different aspects, and I very much look forward to this session and your contributions. The rapporteur of this session is Esther Solomi, a researcher at the European Center for Social Welfare Policy and Research in Austria. She will sit down there because then she can see the presentations better and take her notes. Thank you very much, Esther. So now, our first speaker, Dr. Tiago Cravo Oliveira Hashiguchi. Is it right?
Yes.
Okay. Difficult to pronounce the names if you are not familiar to the language. He is health policy analyst at the Directorate for Employment, Labor and Social Affairs of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in Paris. His work at the OECD seeks to inform evidence-based policies to improve across serious health-related areas, including financial, social protection for long-term care in old age. Therefore, joining the OECD, before joining the OECD, Tiago held research position in London at Imperial Business Analytics with KPMG, and in Seattle at the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation. So his topic he will speak about is generosity and effectiveness of social protection for long-term care across OECD countries. Tiago, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Hadron. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. And you can see my slides. And thank you very much to the organizers and to the government of Italy for having us present some of our work. As Adrian says, in the next 10 minutes, I will try to give you an overview. I will not be able to go into the details, but I will give you some of the context behind this project, why this work is needed, what it seeks to accomplish. I will spend most of the time on the key findings and their implications for policy and research. And we are very happy to have been working with the European Commission for some time now. Now, the key question this project seeks to answer, there we go, is whether social protection, specifically financial protection, for older people with long-term care needs is effective. And by effective, I mean whether it's affordable, equitable, and efficient. A larger concept is adequacy, which includes access, but we will not focus on access. Now, some of the best data we have in this sector is on total public spending, but we have very little data on how financial support for long-term care in old age helps individuals meet the costs of the care they need. How adequate protection can be balanced with total public spending, with the financial sustainability of total public spending, and whether different ways to organize systems to provide long-term care can lead to different outcomes. We seek to provide insights into these questions by estimating the costs that older people would face for a range of long-term care needs, the public benefits and schemes they could apply for, and how their income and wealth might affect the level of support they receive. Now, one challenge with this is that there is no single internationally accepted and standardized definition of long-term care needs. And this is why a key foundation of our work is the definition of typical or stylized cases of long-term care needs. You can think of them as vignettes. The typical cases describe an older person in terms of the types and severity of their needs and professional services they require. The cases are described in terms of numbers of hours of need for help with activities of daily living, instrumental activities of daily living, and social activities. Based on our detailed descriptions, countries and regions are then able to assess what public benefits and schemes someone with these needs would be eligible for. We collect a lot of information on long-term care systems, and so we know a lot about how these systems are designed. Most countries and subnational areas, because in some countries long-term care is a subnational responsibility, have multiple benefits and schemes. So they can organize their systems in many different ways, even within one country. There are only 7 countries that have one long-term care benefit and scheme that requires no user contributions. So there's completely free to the recipients. In the majority of cases, recipients have to provide some user contributions. They have to pay for parts of the care. And you can see there are many different ways to organize this. In some countries, it's a fixed rate, so it doesn't matter how much care you consume, you pay 100 euros, let's say. In other cases, which is more frequent, there's means testing. And this means that the level of contribution, your contribution, depends on your income, your assets, or both of them. There's also needs testing. This is the idea that as your needs get more severe, you will pay less of your care, your user contribution will go down. Some countries have ceilings, so over the period of a month, once you hit the ceiling, you don't have to contribute anymore. And in many countries, contributions for instrumental activities of daily living and social activities are higher than for activities of daily living. Now, in the time that I have left, I would like to illustrate the wealth of estimates that the project produces. Our key indicators are needs, means, the total costs of care, public support, out-of-pocket costs, and finally, net disposable income. This is what we compare to the relative income poverty threshold to determine the risk of poverty. There are far too many dimensions to look at, and you can see here on the right-hand side, so you have needs, settings, far too many dimensions to go into 10 minutes, but I urge you to take a look at our publications, which have all the detail online. So I'll just quickly go through the headline figures. We estimate that up to 1 in 5 older people in the OECD need long-term care. There is a wide variation so this would be around 19 to 32 million people in 24 OECD countries. There is a wide variation in the estimated relative and absolute prevalence of long-term care needs across countries, and this could be because there are differences in the true prevalence of needs. It could be because of cultural factors around self-assessment of needs, which is what these estimates are based on. These are self-reported needs. It could be because of structures of care that are in place in these countries, or it could be because of the survey methodologies that were used in the data underlying these estimates. These are the costs that older people would face if they sought formal care and did not have access to social protection. So this is without social protection as a percentage of median income. You can see that almost all the bars are above 100%, meaning the costs would be higher than the median income in these countries without social protection. So this really shows the need for social protection. The majority of people in the OECD would not be able to afford long-term care from their income if not for the state. Now, assuming that people who have long-term care needs seek care, so we make this assumption in order to produce these statistics, we see that long-term care social protection plays an essential role. So here I'm showing you the percentage of the total costs that the public social protection system would pay for. And you can see what I want to highlight is two things, in fact, three. The first one is that the level of support in many countries depends on means, so it depends on your income and your wealth. So if you have fewer means, you're considered more economically vulnerable, and you have more public support, so more of the costs are paid by the state. Also needs, so if you have more severe needs, more of the total costs is paid by the state. The third point is that the variation is significant. So you see that in some countries, almost all of the costs are paid for, in others, not so much. And so there's quite a lot of variation across countries. Now, this is important for policymakers and governments, but it's not super important for individuals. It doesn't tell them very much how much they will actually pay. That's why we look at out-of-pocket costs. And this is the percentage of your income that will go towards paying the costs of care, the user contributions I talked about earlier. And what we see is that in 10 countries, the costs, even with social protection, would be unaffordable. So those are the diamonds on top of that solid line. That's more than 100% of your income. And in another 10 countries, we see that people with moderate needs and a median income, so we're talking about an average, let's say an average long-term care, an average person who has long-term care needs, older person, they would have to devote half of their disposable income. Why does this matter? Because they're at home. They have to cover rent, they have to cover food. So half of their income is already, of the median income, is not a lot. So this is important. So to get to the final result, what does this mean for poverty risks? Even with social protection, the risks of poverty in most places would be higher. So if it's above zero, it's higher for people with long-term care needs than it is for people in the population in general. Let's say people who don't have long-term care needs, for simplicity. Now, let's not ignore, I don't want to give a negative impression. Social protection, public social protection is absolutely essential. It drives poverty rates 70 percentage points lower for people with severe needs. It's an absolutely essential public good. But despite these reductions, older people with long-term care needs are still at a higher risk of poverty. So the whole point of social protection is to eliminate risks associated with having long-term care needs, and it's not doing that in many countries. Now, importantly, and this is the biggest test to see this, is to look at people who are economically vulnerable, those with income poverty and asset poverty. Essentially, they have no economic means to pay for out-of-pocket costs. And in many countries, these people still have to pay for care. And partly this is because some countries set the poverty threshold below the relative income poverty threshold that we use at the OECD, which is an international poverty threshold. Finally, women generally have fewer means than men. Because of this, they have more public support, they have higher support from the state, but still, in a third of cases, at the end, when they have out-of-pocket costs, their final income is still lower than the same equivalent men, let's say, with those needs at that level of income. And so inequalities will increase because of having long-term care needs. So the key takeaways, very quickly, is that long-term care, social protection for long-term care is absolutely essential. There can be no doubt about that. Without it, it would push a lot, long-term care needs would push a lot of older people into relative income poverty. Now, older people have the benefit of having accumulated wealth. So if they cannot afford to pay for care from their income, they might be able to do so from their assets. But even then, there are gaps in social protection. And there is the risk that some of these people will be pushed into asset-based poverty. I have not shown you this here, but because of the topic of the session, I will also mention that some of our cases look at mixes of formal and informal care. And what we see there is that adult children providing care for an older parent are poorly compensated and may face income poverty themselves. So in the longer run, we think these estimates highlight the potential for cross-country analysis and learning. There are limitations to what I've just shown you, but these limitations alone cannot explain the massive differences that we see across countries and that bear further investigation. Now, the way forward, in our view, involves more data, better data, and more modeling. In the long run, we will continue to work on these estimates, but we need more data across countries to truly quantify and understand these extremely varied realities across the OECD and the EU. I thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. You have my email and my colleague's Anna's email there. Thank you.
For this very interesting insight into different care systems across countries and what these differences mean for those needing care. Very interesting. Thank you very much. And at the end of the presentations, we will again have time for questions and discussion. So for the time being, I would like to change the view from this scientific perspective to the perspective of those who are most affected. Sebastian Fischer is the representative of civil society in this case, and he lives in Scotland and contributes to the work of 4 carer organizations in Scotland, Germany, and Europe. He has 4 organizations. Vocal, the voice of carers across Lothian, is a carer-led carer support and advocacy organization. Coalition of Carers in Scotland. This coalition brings together some 50 carer-led organizations in Scotland's cities, rural areas, and islands to represent carers in national and local health and social care policy development. The third organization is Wir Pflegen, which means we care, it is an advocacy and self-help organization of caring relatives. Wir pflegen is Germany's main carer-led advocacy and self-help agency and is developing carer representation at federal, Länder and regional level. And finally, Eurocarers, that is the European Carers Network based in Brussels. Welcome, Stacey Igumenius. So, your presentation will be about equal partners in care, a rights-based approach to supporting informal carers. Sebastian Fischer.
Thank you very much for this very kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be here today at this first forum, and thank you very much for the invitation. Across Europe, we speak many different languages, and we have many different words for informal carer. And I've gathered some of them here. They are by no means all. Some are easy, like the English carer. Some more complex, like the Germans, pflegende und sorgende Angehörige. Nothing's easy in German. And there are some other languages where similarly there is no one term for informal carers. That's why it's important that we all agree on a shared and common definition of informal carers, and the one that has developed over the recent years is informal carers are unpaid carers, family members and friends who support a partner, relative or child with a frailty, disability, long-term condition, mental health issue or addiction. We are trying to be inclusive of all caring situations in that. But carers have told us repeatedly they do not like the term informal carers, and I have put a quote here by a lady I know personally. She said, "There is nothing informal about the care I provide for my husband. Every day I do everything a nurse would do if my husband was in a hospital or a care home." A second critical point about informal carers is that they are providers of care, and they must be recognized as providers of care. They don't, in their role as carers, have their own needs of care provision. They may individually, but in their role of carers, they are providers, and as providers, they have very few rights to receiving support. So who cares in Europe? I used some figures here from the European Commission, published in 2018, Informal Care in Europe. 80% of long-term care in Europe is provided by informal carers. And I suspect worldwide it will be even higher. 10 up to 25% of the total adult population in Europe are estimated to have a caring role. Of course, in some cases, it'll be a few hours a week, but in many cases, tens of thousands, millions, it'll be a very intensive caring role. 22% of carers are 65 or over, and that is important to see that almost 1/4 of carers are older people themselves. And approximately 60% of unpaid carers are women. In configuring how that would work across Europe, I believe it's an estimated 75 to 150 million people who provide unpaid care. In other words, unpaid carers are the pillars of every care system in every society. But carers are still unequal partners, if they are partners at all. Although they are the largest group of care providers, they often experience inequality and discrimination. And they often report that they feel at the margin of society and they feel excluded. COVID-19 and the pandemic has done nothing for carers, or for very few only, perhaps where there was an availability of home working. This is a quote from a carer who speaks for thousands, who said, "When COVID-19 came, all support stopped overnight. I was on my own and still have to provide everything we lost. For our society opened up, and we open up gathering here today. Many carers, the world is not opening up at the same speed, and many services, unfortunately, have used the opportunity to remain closed, possibly to save public funding." These reasons are critical why unpaid carers must become central to all policy, care and service planning to protect their health and well-being and harness their economic contribution. I've listed here some of the many challenges that carers report that they face, and they are very well documented increasingly in many countries. The lack of information, of advice and training, and the lack of practical support. Practical support not just through care workers in the home, but also aids and adaptation and many other concrete practical help. Lack of time and increasingly a lack of sleep is reported by a growing number of carers. Social isolation, and social isolation goes hand in hand with a lack of regular breaks from caring. The lack of emotional and therapeutic support to manage changing relationships. One of the founding carers of my organization used to describe her situation. She had the most loving relationship with her husband, but she said it has become a nurse-patient relationship, and for many years she had to bring up 3 children at the same time. This makes a big impact on changing relationships that people have not bargained for. And here's a quote again from a carer, because everything we bring back to carers. "I care 24/7, day and night. My mother's dementia means she has lost all sense of time." Again, it's an elderly carer, 58, apparently that's already counting as elderly, but I take the point, maybe needs some definition, who cares for her mother, who's 84 and has dementia. Like the paid workforce, unpaid carers need an entitlement and they need rights for training, for breaks from caring, for support with a caring role and for financial support. The point has been very well made by you in the previous contribution. Thank you. And they need a choice of services in their community to support them. Again, this is a Polish carer who said to us in our caring organization, "I don't need praise and warm words for what I do for my wife. I need someone to come and help me. And I need some time to myself." In some countries, carers are now increasingly better recognized, and we need to welcome this. But in very few countries, they have sufficient rights. There's still far too few legal rights to enforce for the support they require. And that's why we are calling for national and regional carer strategies and carer legislation in all countries as frameworks for improving carer support. These need to be developed with carers and with their carer organizations and with all planning partners to be meaningful and to provide a range and diversity of support that carers really need. And I quote here, "I'm very proud to be working in Scotland because we have achieved a great deal in that country, and I hope it can be a beacon for others. I have brought with me on the flight the latest draft carer strategy produced by the Scottish Government, and in the very first paragraph it says, carers are recognised and valued as equal partners in care and involved in decision-making relating to their caring role." And then it goes on for 85 pages to set out how the Scottish Government with its partners wants to enact and realise this commitment. We require far more investment in unpaid carers, in care staff, and in home-based care services. This must include flexible budgets to allow families to plan and to broker their own self-directed care solutions, and needs to be tailored to their circumstances and cultural requirements. We must stress the cultural requirements to be considered in that, because all our countries benefit from a great diversity of cultural backgrounds. And again, I want to give us an example. Scotland, who passed carer legislation in 2016, which became effective in 2018, and it is a country with just 5 million population, but it invested an additional £95 million in carer support over a 5-year period. That's a good example of how things should be going. Scotland also published a review of its social care system in 2021, and we're about to unfold the development to adopt our system to be more suitable for the future. Preventing carer poverty, that point has been extremely well made. Carers require a better work-care balance, particularly at a time when they are still at working age, to prevent age poverty. And we are calling for extended rights to care leave and to salary replacement benefits. At the moment, the European Union has 1 week unpaid care leave. That's nowhere near enough. We are asking for 36 months, and the reason that we picked 36 months is because an independent advisory in Germany that has been meeting for the last 5 or 6 years has recommended to the German government that it should be 36 months of care leave and salary replacement. We have yet to see how the government will respond. And in addition, we need flexible personal budgets, pension credits for financial security in old age, and we need the care costs fully met by the care system. As a principle, it must be that no person should be financially worse off for providing care to a relative or friend. I come on to carer representation. To achieve this better recognition and rights, unpaid carers need a strong voice and lobby. We need to prioritize developing advocacy organizations led by carers, for carers, supported by good research and policy. And this is one of the great recommending features of today's forum for older people, that we are combining the advocacy movement, civil society, with research and good policy. We need to work closely with older people and other civil society organizations jointly, because so many of the benefits we wish to see have overlapping impact on many other groups. And we need to ensure that it happens in all nations, regions, and especially in local communities where it can make a direct difference to people. And this is a quote from myself, which I think should assist you to reflect a little bit about our aims. Carer-led advocacy organizations are 21st century trade unions of the unpaid workforce. That's how we sometimes starkly put it, to bring the point across to those who need to hear it. Very quickly, the advocacy organizations that we work with, and I just mentioned them here because if in your countries, your organizations would wish to develop their own carer advocacy, do get in touch with us and contact us and let us make contact and exchange our experiences. The Coalition of Carers in Scotland has a strapline from recognition to rights since 2009. VOCAL, the organization I work for, is still the best acronym I've come across. Voice of Carers Across Lothian. Being vocal, that's what it's all about. And Wir pflegen is the German carer organization, also eine Interessenvertretung. These organizations are all carer-led and policy-focused, and some also provide direct support for carers. So do contact us if we can help. And I come to the European Carer Advocacy Organization. I'm pleased that Stacey Economos is here in the audience. He's the director of Eurocarers. He will be on the platform tomorrow, and both of us are very willing and welcome any questions you may have to us. The Eurocarers network brings currently together 76 care organizations and relevant research and development organizations from 26 countries. It's still a young organization since 2006, but increasingly effective. And I should pay tribute to Giovanni Lamura, who sits here, who was a founder member, and I think there may be one or two other people in the room. I come to an end, and that's the final slide for the future directions. We very much welcome the 20 principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights. Many of those principles apply to older people and to carers, and of course other groups too. And we look forward to the publication of the European Care Strategy, to which we have submitted a lot of material through Eurocarers, and we hope it will reflect our concerns for carers. And finally, I'd like to congratulate all those who've written the declaration of this joint forum of civil society and scientific research, because it embraces so many of the points I have just made. Thank you very much for that, and thank you for your attention.
Sebastian Fischer, for this impressive presentation. And while you were speaking, I thought how the figures, the slides, the statistics you showed would look like if all these caring, unpaid caring persons would be included in these plans. What that would mean for the costs. So I'm happy to have both of you here from different perspectives. And now we are looking forward to Sergio Murillo. We heard already in the first session this morning a very interesting presentation from Renata Bagatin from a region in Italy. And now we will hear your experience as a politician from the region of Biscay in Spain. Sergio Murillo is as Minister for Social Action of the government of Biscay, he is responsible for the design, implementation and management of public policies addressed to children, older persons and persons with disabilities. Previously, Mr. Murillo has been the Director General for Personal Autonomy Promotion in the Department for Social Action. And he has a background in management of social and health services centers, education centers, and auditing services. We look forward to your presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Madam the Chair, for this kind presentation, and thank you really much for your invitation to this joint forum. It's my pleasure and the pleasure of my region, Biscay region, to be here to be able to share some, not straightly and directly our policies, but some lessons that we learned from our policies that can be shared, that can inspire other regions or other policymakers or even NGOs that will be doing advocacy at regional or European level. So I will share two challenges and some ways of answering to dilemmas in policymaking in long-term care. Yeah. First of all, really quickly, where do I come from? It's Bilbao, capital city of Biscay. It's almost, the metropolitan area in Bilbao is 70% of the region with 1.1 million inhabitants. And we can say that our socioeconomic figures are quite slightly over the average of European Union 27. But I wanted to underline that even if we are a region, a NUTS-3 region, we have full taxation power at that regional level, at NUTS-3, and the care management of all care services, allowances, and every services in the region. And just as some assets that we have acquired during the last few decades is that we have integrated older persons in our policy-making strategies with the Older Persons Council since running since 1999, but chaired by an older person coming from civil society since 2003. So that's one of the assets that we have acquired during the last decades. The next asset is that we have been working on active aging policies, but we have measured it with the active aging index. We have tried to have global measurement of our policies and the results of our policies. So second asset we acquired in the last few decades. And the third one is working with health system, from care system, to work together as a reference site on active and healthy aging. First challenge I wanted to share, let's see if it, okay. The first challenge is that we need to build a framework that enables what we want to build. And sometimes the debate is healthcare or social care. If this has to be led by the Ministry of Health or the Ministry of Social Issues. If this has to be based on the community or it has to be institutionally run. If informal care has to be predominant or substituted by professional care. And how can we manage on digital issues and personal care? Because sometimes there is a gap, a digital gap that we think with people in care is not overcome yet. And sometimes the other debate is home care versus residential care. Okay, take into account that in Spain and in our region, we do not have really incorporated in our policy making the word long-term care. Statistics do not reflect directly at local, regional, or even at the state level what long-term care means. And for that, the first challenge was for us to build up a full concept, a new concept of long-term care to be used at local level for policymakers, for everyone, for every agent that should be incorporated in the policy making. Healthcare and social care should be together. That's one of the parts of institutional responsibility can be managed with community involvement. It's not about informal care or professional care. It's about shared care from our point of view. That if the project of the carers is to take part in care, it should be viable to have that. No, it was only. No.
What happened?
Okay. Okay. So, or it's not about digital or personal care, it's about both together. And care at home, or can be care at institutions, but caring as if we were at our new homes. So the new concept that we wanted to, that we wanted to build up is including complexity and recognizing ourselves as interdependent systems, agents, services, care allowances with in-kind services, assume public responsibility on care. If it is a good and a public asset, it is of public interest, we should assume our responsibility as institutions on care, even if we are not deploying and delivering the whole of it, as Sebastian mentioned. Realize that services can be complementary, even substitutory. So if we are really open and we have really well developed some services, some others can be kept aside. But we have to take into account all this. Avoid excluding informal carers and communities as care agents, even in residential care. We cannot go from 100% responsibility of care at home for informal carers and then go to a residential or a nursing home and then keep aside the informal carers. We have to have shared care in both sides, or in both spaces, if this is the part of the project and the willing of the carers and the ecosystem around the person in need of care. And look at life course. So the issue for us was, let's assume that this is a complex issue. It's not about a debate on residential care. It's not only about a debate on residential care. It's not only a debate on financing. It's a debate on all this. So long-term care, which was not in the agenda in the Basque region and in Biscay, we brought this to the scene. And I will share with you right now how we did it. But let me share with you the second challenge. Identifying really the aim and expressing it correctly is part of the solution, is almost part of the answer for almost every question. Because if we think that the issue on care is about bringing those in need of care to a space where we protect them out of society, the answer is one, and we think that the answer and the approach should be talking about life projects in need of care, with care needs, but talking about life projects in which administrations and agents around the care issue, we should assume two roles: transforming the environment and deploying and developing support systems. Those are our roles, and with a focus on people's life projects, carers and those in need of care, both professionals and non-professional ones. And this way, we have it's easier for us at least to have the answers, because we have to get inside the person in need of care, their representatives, their ecosystem, and their carers. What are we doing? What have we done? Well, in 2019, we established a plan for 3 years before the pandemics, and one was deploying to the whole territory our carers statute. Last day of 2019, we approved a decree in which we recognized 5 additional rights to the informal carers at home, which were formation, information, ergonomics, respite, and social prevention. That means social security rights. And we committed since 2019 and 2023 to deploy schools, information, reference person at community level. Well, that was 2019. To try a new kind of services, to care those at home in need of care, to have community day centers in which, through digital devices, we could monitorize and give support, telematical and presential support, for those in need of care and their carers at home. This was going to be a pilot in 2019. Finally, we are working with 6 after the pandemic that has accelerated all this process. And the last issue that we established, to establish the framework of long-term care in the agenda of care and social care, was developing a report, Bay of Biscay, Bay of Care, with a group of 6 experts from all over Europe that would assess us and build up a report that could give us, and to the debate in Europe, a whole perspective, a global perspective on what long-term care means, and would establish the debate at local level on this arena. And that this way we could start answering in a better way the question. The report is being finalized this month of June, and it is chaired by Professor Sarah Harper from Oxford, and among others, Giovanni Lamura is in the group, and it's coordinated by HFLAT for Europe. That was 2019, but at the end it has been of course, it will be influenced by COVID crisis. And this is the approach that we do have for care at home. And I will go really quickly because the aim is not to go through this from my side. It's to share those two challenges and the dilemmas afterwards. So recognizing that at home, living at home and living at institutions can be a choice for those in need of care, we should develop supportive centers for those institutional nursing homes, but organizing them in living units, small living units of 25 people as a maximum, and at home to deploy to the half of the territory by 2023 the ECHETIC daycare centers with digital connection to homes and the carers statute at home for informal carers that are a great part, as Sebastian mentioned, of it. And we do not forget about three issues that are cross-sectoral: ICTs, workforce formation, and information and data. And it's true that there is very little data, even as a policymaker at inside level, about my 40,000 people in need and their carers. I do have very little information. At the end, nowadays, we have made a great effort in data mining, and we are able to predict with 20 variables if someone is going to be in need of a residential care when they are at home, taking into account many, many variables that came out this morning about income or need of respite or many things. But I wanted to share, after what we are doing, what's our work in there, our dilemmas also, which there are, and how we try to solve it. We assume that our definition of long-term care is a whole ecosystem that supports micro-ecosystems at home or at residential care around each person in need of care who is leading his own life project. And this is the statement with which we have been leading, we have been managing, and navigating through the COVID and now through the transformation, the transition plan on long-term care, which we are running, and I shared just in one slide, which is not too much, just a few minutes ago. But it's about changing our role, changing from prescriptors of care to advisors, and from talking about life plans and instead of talking about care plans, because life is first and then comes sometimes the need of care, and care plans should be something that should be included in life plans. That even if someone cannot explain his needs, his expectations, but this has to be absolutely taken in care, and that's the way we have run in the COVID crisis. So what did we do, for example, with some dilemmas in the COVID context? And there's one of the posters downside in the ground, upstairs in the ground floor, talks about this. We shared this experience with you also in there. We integrated the ethical deliberation with elderly people from the council, the people with disabilities and their families, people from professional associations of social workers, psychologists, architects, including them, and academy, 2 people from academy in the Basque region, included in our deliberation to make decisions on allowing visits or not at residential care, giving new support at home by telephone, psychological support to carers at home during the COVID, and so on. But those are answered from the very, very beginning, in which I said that considering the long-term care as this. And it's evident now that supporting informal carers or replacing it by professionals, it's combining both, giving more professional support to those carers that want to, that include in their project caring, but sometimes it's not thought and it's not there is no time for reflection on how much I am forgiving or how much I am abandoning when I am caring, and this care is long, in a long-term care. And residential care or home care. I think it's both has to be combined, and both have to be combined, and even sometimes it's the choice of the person that is in need of care and their carers. So that has to be the way of approaching to the dilemmas that we faced in the past, and we have to face every day in our decision-making process. Those were the two challenges, the dilemmas I wanted to share just through what we are doing, but having just quick focus on this, and I am open for the debates and the conversation afterwards. Thanks.
Thank you so much for this insight in your practical, everyday challenges and dilemmas. It was so interesting, and I found some similarities with what we heard this morning. The complexity, the segregation of responsibilities, all these aspects we have to keep in mind, and all this has to be solved when we really want to realize a new vision of care. Thank you so much. And now we have some time for questions.
Yes, please.
Please come back
My name is Claude Varret. I'm from Union Française des Retraités et Aids Platform France. I would like to speak about older people employment, which is a critical issue, which is not enough stress so far, I think. If you are unemployed, later on you get a lower pension. And if you get a lower pension, then it's more difficult for you to pay for any additional charges you have to pay for example, for your long-term care. That's it for me.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you for being short as well.
Giuseppe Zaffarano, una domanda per il Fisher. Ho appreso con molta attenzione, se devo parlare in inglese rinuncio. No, va bene, ok. Ho preso con molta attenzione il fatto che i caregivers richiedono una anche compattazione e una valorizzazione sociale. La richiesta che io faccio a Fisher è chiedere, devo ripetere? Devo ripetere? Ok. Grazie, mi scuso di mettervi un po' in difficoltà. Allora, la domanda per Fisher. Ho visto con molto piacere che si sta organizzando anche una difesa, chiamiamola così, dei caregivers, cosa che non esiste né in Italia neanche esiste. Però io mi stavo chiedendo anche una cosa fondamentale. I caregivers è vero che hanno bisogno di protezione, ma hanno anche bisogno di formazione. Ora mi chiedo se in Scozia un simile problema è stato affrontato. Giusto difendere dal punto di vista sociale, ma c'è anche un aspetto di cura effettiva che richiede un minimo di formazione. In Italia c'è una situazione abbastanza confusa in cui molto spesso ci sono persone straniere che accudiscono H24 le persone anziane e molto spesso queste persone non sono formate. Ora non si pretende di arrivare a una formazione infermieristica o assolutamente specialistica, però dare quel minimo di formazione per cui una persona, un assistente familiare possa poi intervenire ed agire di conseguenza. La domanda quindi è sulla formazione
dei caregivers, che cosa avete fatto?
Yes, thank you very much. I think this issue of carers coming from foreign countries to help or to care for persons is a special issue. Yes, now Joke, please.
Joke de Ruiter, Older Women's Network Europe. Thank you so much for the presentations about long-term care. What I miss is a not so nice part of long-term care. That's older abuse, both informal and informal care. That's neglection, and that has taken away the finances of older people. And that's also a part of long-term care, and it must be in the policy. Thank you.
So let us hear what our experts can answer to your questions and remarks. Stefan, would you like to?
Yes,
Sebastian.
I'm happy to start perhaps with the second question. You were suggesting that carers should have access to a minimum of care. We would argue carers should have access to a maximum of, to a minimum of training, sorry. We would argue they should have access to a maximum of training. They should have access to a maximum of information, to a maximum of all supports that they wish. And we should start, our starting point should be, and this is a phrase in Scottish legislation, that carers need to be able and willing to undertake care, and where carers, unpaid carers, are able and willing to provide a certain level of care, they should get every support that they wish for that. You are correct that many civil society organizations that started as charities to advocate for a group of people, when they're successful, they often become providers. And some leave the advocacy role behind and they become providers for big services. It is the art of getting both right, to be advocacy organization and a provider, at least of low-level services. And what we found in some countries is that civil society organizations are much better placed to provide flexible information and support for carers than statutory services. And there is a big debate to be had. Who is best placed to provide what? And I think there is a growing role for our civil society and community sector to become part of that. So there is an equality, equal partners in care also must reach carer organizations.
I would like to share that it's true that, related to the first statement, that pension issue, income issue is important not only because of what Tiago shared before, but because it makes a difference to push you or not to a residential setting when you are in need of care. We have analyzed this, that you are pushed not to be at home with care when you do not have important or higher incomes. So that there is a difference, even how, and it's not chosen many times. So it's true that for it to be chosen the way you want to live and you want to be cared, it's important to keep income issue equitable all time long. And on formation of carers, I think that there are two perspectives on this. On formal carers, in which we have great work to do, formal or professional carers, because the lack of the scarcity of professionals at global level, and trained professionals, and we have to invest in formation, and of course, for that to have some people willing to care as a profession, to pay them fairly. And on the other side, for informal carers, it's about offering them training, but also offering them training while caring for an expectative of work, professional work after care, because otherwise they are condemned to be poor all their life long. And that's one of the points that we we are trying, at least at our local level, to give them every Saturday with a respite service formation for a certificate, training certificate, care certificate that helps them to care better while they are caring, but will give them more chances to have fair work in the labor market after care time. So,
what about your view on
I
this?
didn't understand the last question. Did you understand the last question?
I think the last question was about abuse, which also happens in long-term care.
Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, I will start. So, very shortly on the first question, I think good points have already been made. I won't say any more. I do agree that embracing complexity is something we get behind. Naturally, we have to be pragmatic in our analysis, and our analysis does not include benefits that go beyond long-term care. This would be poverty benefits outside of long-term care, such as, for example, pensions. But there is work within the OECD looking specifically at this, and I would I would urge you to have a look at our website and look at these publications. The same with the second point, actually, the second question. We have some work published on informal carers and carers more broadly, which looks both at formal and informal carers, which looks at training, among other things, retention, pay, in fact, many of the points that Sebastian made. And finally, on abuse, this is an area that's a little bit more outside of OECD, I have to say. And so I don't think I agree. It's an important part of long-term care provision. We have tried in the past to look at quality of long-term care, which is where probably abuse and elements related to abuse would be incorporated. And we have a publication going quite old now, I have to say. But my feeling is that we are a bit far away from conducting this sort of analysis, because even at the level of needs, there's already a lot of challenges in conducting this analysis. So when we go to cross-country comparisons of abuse in long-term care, it's very, very challenging.
So we have a few minutes more for more questions or comments. So go ahead. You can start.
Добрый день, участники конференции. Меня зовут Джилдыз Полотова. Я представляю делегацию Кыргызской Республики. И, пользуясь случаем, конечно, хочу поблагодарить всех спикеров. Были очень интересные презентации. И хочу сказать, понятно, что во всех государствах, во всех странах предоставляются государственные специализированные, так скажем, услуги согласно реестру, то есть государственных услуг. Но вот в рамках этой сессии было отмечено именно очень много вопросов по экономике ухода. И хотелось бы вот спросить у спикеров, есть ли единые подходы по определению стоимости социальных услуг, как раз-таки, которые предоставляются некоммерческими организациями, например, в рамках государственного социального заказа, или же теми же персональными ассистентами, которые могут в некоторых странах, возможно, предоставляются, или же могут предоставляться пожилым гражданам. И это если еще рассматривать с позиции, если у пожилого человека есть наличие инвалидности. Это первый вопрос, да? Есть ли единые подходы по определению стоимости социальных услуг? Второе. Могут ли спикеры поделиться какими-либо стратегиями, да, которые имеют конкретные индикаторы и бюджетирование, ориентированное на результат в интересах пожилых граждан? Вот у меня вот таких второй вопрос. И третий, самый последний вопрос. Очень интересно, вот особенно в Италии, какие есть программы относительно вот снижения уровня бедности среди пожилых граждан? Спасибо.
Yes, thank you as well. It was quite a lot of questions. I'm afraid we will not be able to answer all these questions because we still have two important issues to deal with this afternoon or before lunch break. So I'm sorry that I have to stop now the questions, but you are of course asked to answer as far as you can. And this is your last word.
Well, if I may start very quickly, just to recall that prior to 2006, when Eurocarers was formed, there was a 3-year study of 23 European countries to look into the supports for older people, and this study found that there were 23 different systems of older people support. So there is not a unified approach that I could identify, and it needs some very different expertise to draw the parallels from our colleague in OECD, for example.
I will just, sure, Tiago can help on indicators and so, but I would say that on guidance of programs and services and so, I have great expectations on the document that European Commission is working on care strategy, long-term care strategy for the second semester of this year. I think that it should deploy what the European Pillar for Social Rights has stated, and then afterwards has to be deployed in every little corner of the European Union at local level and regional and state level. So I think that can be the main guide for a global approach for programs and services at the long-term care.
Yes, there is. I echo Sebastian's point. There is no unified approach. That is not necessarily a bad thing. We've heard already countless times that people have their own individual needs, their preferences, cultural differences. There are many reasons why you would have different approaches to long-term care. However, what we see when we try to standardize, when we try to look at someone in Austria or in Portugal or in Sweden with the exact same description of needs, they will receive extremely varied levels of support. And that's a little bit harder to understand. Now, what share of income should be devoted to care? Again, this is not necessarily for us to decide, but I would say what we set, let's say, as the goal, is that nobody who is not in poverty should become in poverty because of needing to pay for long-term care. So long-term care and having long-term care needs should not be a source of poverty risk. And that's the point of social protection, is to prevent that from happening. And that, I think we can mostly all agree. Of course, where you set the poverty line is again another matter of debate, but I think we can all agree that it should not be a source of poverty.
So thank you very much for your presentations, for your answers, to you for your questions, interesting questions, and I'm very sorry that I have to cut the next people who would like to ask a question. Just one remark. A lesson I take with me from this session is that obviously it depends very much on where you live, whether you get good quality care and are involved and asked for to have your choice, you are enabled to have a choice or not. And I think this should not be the case. Everybody, each person should have the same opportunities, the same choice, the same rights to choose, as you said, to follow his or her own life project. So this is a lesson I learned from this afternoon. Thank you very much. So, and now I'm very glad to announce the commemoration of the World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, which is today. And I welcome very much Susan Somers and her colleagues, this day reminds us of the many persons suffering from abuse and neglect worldwide, and that there is no sufficient legal protection against this crime occurring worldwide, particularly against women. So, Susan, you are welcome to commemorate us.
Thank you, Heidrun. Before I start, might I just ask, where is Amal? Where is Amal? Amal?
Please take your mask away,
Okay.
otherwise it's difficult to understand.
All right. And, yes, okay. And Claudia, thank you. We have a very short time for this, but it's very important, and we're very pleased to share this moment with you, or this 15 moments with you. I'm Susan Somers with the International Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse, and Giovanni Lamore is our national Italian representative, and he has been for 20 years, I think, or at least, because he does such a good job. So he's our honorary chair of World Elder Abuse Awareness Day today, in consideration of the fact that we're here in Italy, and thanks to the Italian government and to all of the planning that's gone into this very important review of MIPAA. But we want to talk today a little bit about World Elder Abuse Awareness Day and elder abuse itself. World Elder Abuse Awareness Day was started by MIPAA in 2006 with some partners back then, supported by WHO, of course, continuously to the current time. And IFA very graciously had us a presentation of us prior to the actual WEAD starting in their meeting in Copenhagen, which kicked everything off. And we held the first World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in New York. And we've been holding them every year. And now, in the last few years, the General Assembly at the United Nations has declared this day to be a World Day, an International Day of Moment, which was quite an accomplishment that all of you contributed to, because that's how we convinced them that this was important. We gathered all of your reports of your events and your input and how you influenced your government, and so we have this International Day. Many things have changed since that 20 years ago when MIPAA came into play, and then the World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. We've had a lot of challenges, to say the least, of course, COVID and the war in Ukraine and the war in Afghanistan and the epidemics in Ebola and the famine and so many things that have happened that older persons have borne the brunt of, and we've seen it in a terrible way, that their human rights have been just destroyed, just run over. But then we have challenges, but we also have some opportunities, which the MIPAA review, of course, is giving us an opportunity to bring some of these things forth in that third and very important priority point. We're going to move quickly today through the program, and so I'm going to now welcome the focal point on aging with the United Nations, Ms. Amal Abu Rafeh, to say a few words, and then we're going to have a few short clips, one from Help Age International, and then one from the WHO, Dr. Etienne Krug, who was with MIPAA many years ago also. And then we'll move to the independent expert on the enjoyment of all rights by older persons, and then close quickly with a little surprise. So, Amal, are you ready? Okay, thank you. Please, I'll give you the podium.
Thank you so much, Susan. I have mixed feelings about international days, and this day more than others. The World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, designated as 15 June, was initiated by MIPAA in 2006, and it took the General Assembly another 5 years, as Susan mentioned, to recognize it as a United Nations Day. Since then, advocates worked hard to have your awareness raised about elder abuse, and raised, and raised, and then raised some more. The Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging included various references to elder abuse, including Issue 3, Neglect, Abuse, and Violence, which provides 2 objectives relating to the elimination of all forms of neglect, abuse, and violence of older persons, as well as the creation of support services to address elder abuse. Both objectives include actions to review policies, enact laws, create awareness, information, training, and research initiatives. Yet, according to WHO estimates, 1 in 6 people over 60 years of age suffers from abuse. That means nearly 141 million people globally. This number, as we all know, is likely to be much higher as neglect, abuse, and violence of older persons are among the most hidden and underrepresented violations of human rights. Amongst all topics related to aging, elder abuse as an issue has never been controversial, for there is no compelling reason for governments to oppose it. And why would they? Older persons have the right to safety and life without violence of any kind, to be treated with dignity, and to be respected and appreciated regardless of their race, color, sex, language, culture, religion, political or other opinions, social origin, nationality, ethnicity, indigenous and cultural identity, socioeconomic status, disability, sexual orientation, economic contribution, or any other condition. Yet, since the General Assembly officially recognized this day 11 years ago, the problem of elder abuse against older persons in all its forms has grown. So why has there been no progress? Well, for one, elder abuse remains hidden. Issues of violence, abuse, and neglect of older persons continue to receive inadequate research and policy attention. Where data exists, they show that this is a growing area of concern that is exacerbated by increased risk of vulnerability owing to emergency situations and COVID-19 related public health measures, for example, as well as increased stress on caregivers, may have amplified factors associated with increased risk of forms of violence, neglect, exploitation, and abuse to which older persons are subject. According to UN Women data in 2020, first ever data released by UN Women on women over 60 years of age, 34% of older women reported experiencing violence or knowing someone who has since the beginning of the pandemic. And 63% of older women think that domestic violence has increased, while 55% think that sexual harassment has worsened. Sexual abuse is a distinct form of violence that older people in general and older women in particular experience by intimate partners, caregivers, or strangers remains unnamed, unrecognized, unreported, and at the margins of policy formulation and intervention. We also know that elder abuse cases remain largely hidden within families. Deficiencies in legal action deter reporting by victims and further cloud the scope of the problem. We have seen that many governments often rely on self-reporting or reporting by non-governmental organizations or media outlets or on measures targeted at families, but that is not enough. The state has an important role to play. States should put in place effective legislation and policies to ensure that instances of violence, neglect, and abuse against older persons are identified, investigated, and where appropriate, prosecuted. Much like my conversation earlier today, in essence, this is also an issue of inequality. Remember the lynching, and if I recall correctly, also the burning of 4 older women in Kenya who were accused of witchcraft? Remember those days when older women were subject to barbaric acts of violence because of widow cleansing and witchcraft accusations? I'm guessing you would, since that happened only a few months ago. Elder abuse happens against a background of unequal aging. People do not enter old age on equal footing. Disadvantages in early childhood, in health and education, as we heard earlier today, in the working age, employment, earnings, incomes, and those related to gender, race, ethnicity, and other attributes reinforce each other and compound over the life course, resulting in both, 1, the chances of even arriving to old age, and 2, in the quality of life in old age. We also know that there are gender differences in aging. Older women face distinct needs and challenges that must be addressed at the policy and legal level. At the peak of the pandemic, the United Nations Secretary General argued that the lack of adequate legislation at the national level to protect the rights of older persons and to prevent violence and abuse, among others, together with the absence of a dedicated, internationally agreed legal framework, contributed to the vulnerability experienced by older persons and may have contributed to, at times, inadequate responses to the COVID-19 crisis. These gaps must be filled. An international legal instrument to promote and protect the rights and dignity of older persons would set out the international obligations binding on a state to give effect to that right. Remember, MIPAA made non-binding recommendations and therefore imposed no duties on states. All human life benefits when older persons' human rights are upheld, and we all suffer when those rights are abused. Elder abuse must be a priority for policy action, and forward thinking calls us to address historic and continuing violence, neglect, and abuse of older persons as part of a basis for future development through building stronger legal frameworks at the national and international levels to protect the human rights of older persons, including the echoing of the Secretary General's call for accelerating efforts to develop proposals for an international legal instrument, a key tool to promote and protect the rights and dignity of older women and men everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to turn to two brief videos. The first will be Dr. Etienne Krug from the World Health Organization. If we might have those, please. Video 1.
Susan, you still have 5 minutes altogether.
Dear colleagues and friends, 1 in 6 older people experience abuse every year, and this has severe consequences to them for the rest of their lives. Despite this huge statistic, abuse of older people is getting very little attention. This is why I'm particularly happy on this World Elder Abuse Awareness Day this year to announce that WHO, together with partners, is planning to step up its activities in this area. And this will happen in the context of the UN Decade of Healthy Aging 2021-2030. This decade is a unique opportunity to improve the lives of older people in general, and in particular to address the abuse of older people in a more concerted, sustained, and coordinated way. I'm particularly happy today, together with UN sister agencies, to be launching a new document entitled Tackling Abuse of Older People, 5 Priorities for the UN Decade of Healthy Aging 2021-2030. This is the result of an 18-month process, which included a careful review of the evidence, an investigation into the factors behind the inadequate attention to elder abuse, an online survey where experts and stakeholders were asked to rank a long list of priorities, followed by an online meeting. As a result, 5 priorities have been identified, and these are: 1, combating ageism, which is a major reason why the abuse of older people receives so little attention. 2, generate more and better data to raise awareness of the problem, because this is one of the big challenges. Most of the countries do not have much data to show us how important the issue is. 3, develop and scale up cost-effective solutions to stop abuse of older people. Not enough research has happened in making clear what we can do about this issue. Make an investment case focusing on how addressing the problem is money well spent, and raise the funds so that we have the resources needed to tackle the problem. If governments, UN agencies and development organizations, civil society organizations, academic and research institutions, and funders implement these 5 priorities, we can make a major contribution to reducing abuse of older people globally. And we can improve their health, well-being, and dignity. Thank you.
maybe just play the next one quickly, or not. If not, oh, it started. Yeah. This is very short. This is a new campaign.
Elder abuse is often seen as something other people do. Ageism doesn't help. Stereotypes about older people can be used to justify elder abuse or minimize its impact. In many ways, elder abuse is the most harmful expression of societal ageism. That's why this year, on World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, HelpAge International is asking everyone to refuse to abuse. We want everyone to stand up for older people, to reject all and every kind of abuse, and to realise that any act that disrespects older people is unacceptable. Will you join us and pledge to refuse to abuse?
I refuse to accept any kind of abuse of older people.
In Thailand, we respect older people as family members. I will make sure the tradition is continuing to value the older people and prevent them from being abused in any forms. For me, aging is not a problem, and it's okay to have gray hair, but elder abuse in any forms is not acceptable.
I refuse to allow any forms of abuse to happen to older people. I pledge to treat older persons with dignity and respect.
Thank you. I think Susan, Amal, Etienne, and the voices of older persons already set the scene. So allow me, from my perspective, as United Nations independent expert on the enjoyment of all human rights, once again to stress that violence, abuse, and neglect of older persons is still a taboo. And we are still at the stage where we must raise awareness. I also want to stress that the intersectionality, like gender, disability, and others which were already mentioned by Amal, need to be addressed and taken into account. I would like to encourage all the different stakeholders to collect more disaggregated data to ensure that older persons in all their diversity are visible, and that the taken measures are effective and evidence-based and not based on structural ageism. During the pandemic, abuse of older persons increased. It was and still is a silent epidemic, and this must be stopped. From my perspective, we also need to address that the current human rights framework is insufficient and in regard of the protection of older persons from violence, abuse, and neglect, which means that a guidance of a legal framework is still missing. Older persons deserve better protection to fully enjoy their human rights. Thank you so much for your attention.
You can stay. So that concludes our commemoration of World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. I thank you for your consideration. But we have one quick thing left to do. We're going to make it even quicker than it was going to be, because every year we give out the Rosalie Wolf Award in Elder Abuse Prevention. And this year we have selected Amal for everything she's done for all of the NGOs and all the work that she's done with the UN to move us to a good spot. And those who have worked with her know I don't have to go through her bio, but there's a lovely colored copy around if you can have it. It'll be posted. So Amal, don't fall off. Just put up the picture of the award and we can leave.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
We'll conclude. We'll have a bigger ceremony elsewhere.
And we take this away, this message with us for lunch break. We are now invited to lunch, and during lunch we have the opportunity to watch videos which were sent to us as examples of what older persons and their organizations are able to do in their work. Dario, you will very quickly introduce us. just 2 slides, and then you are free to have lunch. And don't forget to come back at 3 o'clock for the next session. 3 o'clock sharp. Lisa Ward from the UNECE office will chair the session this afternoon. So,
okay.
Dario, please.
I think I live in Rome, so I don't know how much people is living here. So I want to say you welcome in Rome. So this is the first time. The second one, I apologize. I prepared 30 slides, and so I think you are angry. And so, no, I'm joking. I'm joking. Just 2 slides. Upstairs, you can enjoy 10 different videos of 9 countries, because 2 are Italian. The videos are produced for a little competition promoted by our organized committee and the special by Edge Platform Italy that I am a member. Participants were NGO and research organization whose mission is the well-being of elder and active aging. The 16 organizations participated. We selected only 10, and we using a jury of 3 experts. Okay. You can see are different. There are different countries, different items. So I suggest you after lunch, when you want, to see them because they are very nice. Thank you very much.
Thanks again to all of you for being here, for discussing, and for thinking together. And now enjoy your lunch. See you in the afternoon.
My pleasure to welcome you back to the third session of today's Joint Forum of Civil Society and Scientific Research on the topic of mainstreaming aging to advance a society for all ages. I'm Lisa Wad. I work at the Population Unit of UNECE, the Economic Commission for Europe. And we have, for the past 10-13 years, worked with our member countries, supporting them to mainstream aging, defining the concept, developing resources. You will hear more about it during this session. Mainstreaming aging is about systematically integrating aging across all policy fields at all levels. This is necessary because the challenges of older persons and of aging societies cannot be adequately addressed by focusing only on pensions, labor markets, health and care systems. Because population aging impacts almost all aspects of society and concerns all age groups across the life course, as we heard during earlier sessions. Aging policy, therefore, needs to be designed in a holistic way that requires a whole of government and a whole of society effort. And that requires putting in place methods and mechanisms of gathering and analyzing data and information that we need, of advocating across sectors and generations for society for all ages, of coordinating efforts, and of fostering productive collaboration between all stakeholders. Now, we all know this is important, but in practice it is not easy to achieve. Having said that, we can acknowledge that significant progress has been achieved over the past 20 years of MIPAA implementation in this region. Many governments have developed and implemented cross-cutting national and subnational policies on aging and have established multi-stakeholder advisory and coordination entities and groups. Scientific research on aging has been strengthened, and civil society organizations representing older persons have been very active in advocating for change. Civil society and scientific research indeed play a very important and essential role in mainstreaming aging. It depends on improving our understanding of demographic change and the situation and needs of different age groups, now and in the future, across all areas of life and society. We need research and reliable data, as we've heard already in earlier discussions today, to develop aging-related policy on a strong evidence base. Good aging policy depends on the inputs of those affected, notably older persons, in order to be relevant and effective. Successful policy implementation depends on the buy-in and collaboration of multiple stakeholders across policy sectors and across society, as too often we still work in silos, but we can reach further and achieve our goals faster if we work together. So I would like to congratulate the organizers of this joint forum for bringing together policymakers, civil society, and researchers for this day of joint dialogue, and I look forward to our exchange during this session. Now, I'm pleased to introduce to you our speakers of this afternoon's third session. Our first speaker is Mr. Edmundo Martinho from Portugal, who is here since 2017, and in his capacity has spearheaded and led the development of new guidelines on mainstreaming aging that we issued last year. Thank you very much for this leadership. And he will tell us more about it in his presentation. Our second speaker is Mr. Andrea Principi from the Italian National Institute of Aging. He will speak about a very interesting project on mainstreaming active aging, providing evidence from Italy. And representing civil society, we have Margaret Gillis, who is the founding president of the International Longevity Center Canada and co-president of the International Longevity Center Global Alliance that unites 16 centers dedicated to the needs of older people. And she will highlight the importance of listening to older persons in civil society when developing policy and the centrality of a human rights-based approach to mainstreaming. And finally, but last but certainly not least, our rapporteur for this session is Ina Volker, who heads the Secretariat for International Policy on Aging at BAXO, the German National Association of Senior Citizens Organizations. It's now my pleasure to invite Edmundo to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, dear friends and colleagues. And allow me this opportunity to say a brief words on how it has been a privilege and an honor for us at the Standing Working Group and the Bureau to work together all these years, and of course it's been, as I mentioned, a privilege for all of us, and so thank you so much for your confidence and especially for your trust and your support. But I also would like to thank all the organizations, the researchers, for their continuous support to the work that has been performed and their participation that has been, in our view, absolutely critical for the results we have achieved so far. So thank you so much. Finally, a very, very warm thanks to our Italian colleagues for organizing this, not only this joint forum, but the whole conference that we expect will be a milestone for different reasons. Now it's the first time we meet in presence one another, and especially we are facing very challenging times, and we hope that this conference will allow us to go further, to go faster, because we need to be fast, and especially that we can learn here a lot so that we can go back to our countries and try to work together in the direction that we have been defining. So thank you so much, and thank you to the Secretariat. Allow me to thank a very special person that is not with us today, which is Vitalia Kokate. She is not here with us. She got COVID. COVID continues to impact our lives and our work, but our hearts and our thoughts are with Vitalia. So please be safe, and thank you so much for all the work that has been performed that I would like to extend to the Secretariat of the UNECE. Thank you so much for the outstanding work and support that has been led by Lydia. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, I'll try to be brief because the idea is that we could go also briefly, of course, through the process that we have been through in the past number of years. And we all know that, I hope it works, yeah. We have just prepared 3 or 4 slides just to have a graphic image of how the proportion of people over 65 is rapidly changing and will be even more fastly changing in the years to come. Today we have a proportion of 16.9% of persons over 65. In 2030, which is tomorrow, will be 20.4%, and in 2050 it will be 24.3%. And this means, in our view, that we have no excuse not to take action, because in the end we know reality, we know what's coming, and so it's up to us, civil society organizations, researchers, and policymakers, it's up to us to take action from now. We cannot lose any time preparing ourselves for a very, very challenging environment that is changing a lot. And of course, we all know that the age of the population is changing. And I would like just to draw your attention to the number of people over 80 that will, in the next decades, increase dramatically, doubling the figures that we have today. And this should, in this morning we have already heard about this, the importance of understanding that old age is more and more a complex situation. A person with 65 is for sure not exactly the same thing as a person with 90. Different needs, different expectations, and so we have to adapt ourselves to this very rapidly changing environment. So, as I mentioned before, we have no excuse not to take action. And of course, this means that, and Liz already mentioned it, this transition impacts every sector of the society. You know, we can look at this in the pensions, the demand for different kinds of services, the pensions, the healthcare costs, the long-term care, the situation of the different carers, formal and informal carers, the shrinkage of labor force, which is also a shortage of skilled labor. And if we think about how this could impact the sustainability of the welfare state, we should increase our attention and the importance we give to this so impacting factors. Because in the end, if we do not prepare, what will happen? Because mentioned before, we have no excuse not to take action, and it means that if we stay like this, what will happen to our societies, to our families, to our persons? And we know that if we do not take action, social protection and pension levels cannot be kept for future generations to come. We know that shrinking labor force may result in lower productivity and, of course, staff or talent shortages. We know that the costs of health and care services will rise. We know that health and care workers may also rise, and we are already facing this situation these days. And the quality of services may suffer, of course. It's always like this. When you do not have enough resources, human resources or financial resources, normally the consequence is the shortage or the quality of services provided. And we should be very, very attentive to this. And we have seen this during the COVID crisis, no? A large difficulty in providing quality services and qualified services in a moment where persons, individuals needed more qualified services. So we have to be very, very attentive to this inaction where we stand. That's why this conference may be so important, this joint forum, of course, and the conference, the ministerial conference that will succeed. But also, we can foresee that if we do not prepare ourselves, we'll suffer with severe setbacks for gender equality and human rights. Those were two areas where we have done quite a journey, an interesting journey, but we cannot allow that we go back in what represents gender equality and the human rights of every individual, regardless of their age. And of course, the same goes for intergenerational solidarity, which is a main basic principle of that drives the activity of all of us. And if we do not prepare, there will be a negative impact on intergenerational solidarity. So we cannot afford not to prepare ourselves for this. But we do not start from zero, and I would like just to... Sorry. I'll speed up. The point here is that we have done different kinds of initiatives, different kinds of projects, but in general terms, aging is not yet systematically addressed in broader policies and normally remains as a siloed approach or, in some cases, marginal on policy agendas. And I think this is a very important topic, and that's why, although we recognize that we have to recognize that population aging is not yet fully recognized as key driver for development and is not considered in general terms as a national priority. That's why we have been working on this driver of the mainstream engaging. And what do we mean by this? Liz already mentioned it, the definition of mainstream engaging. And for us, the important thing here is that mainstream engaging has been recommended as a policy strategy for the adaptation since 2002. But we have not done enough steps into this direction. That's why at the UNECE and the Standing Working Group, we have tried to give our contribution for this to the production of the guidelines for mainstream engaging, which are available for all of you in the UNECE website. And we have tried to produce a document that is not prescriptive, but adaptable to different situations, different circumstances, different options from different countries and societies. But the point here is that we have developed these guidelines, and I would like at this stage to underline the participation that we had on this process of producing the guidelines, participation from civil society, from the researchers, from policymakers, that helped us to produce a document that we think takes complete stock of different views, different options, of course, but stays as a main framework that could allow every country, following the work that the UNECE has been doing in the last 2 decades, but allowing each country to produce a strategic framework that will help to design a strategy to face aging and the challenges that come along. So, just 2 more minutes, okay? We have identified a number of challenges around this question of mainstreaming. And that's very important that we can pass this message to our ministers that will be here tomorrow and the day after, so that maybe at least some of these challenges could be addressed by different governments. And I just will highlight some of them. First one, the lack of knowledge and awareness of challenges and opportunities of population aging. We talk about the silver economy, we talk about the opportunities that come, but in the end, we are still a little bit slow in responding to these challenges. Then, of course, maybe the most important, the lack of political commitment and the lack of resources enough to move ahead. Also, the limited experience with systematically mainstreaming aging. This is quite an important topic because we do not have enough experience on this. So we have to be bold and we have to be ambitious on this topic. And of course, we know that this cannot be done from one day to the other, but we have to start now. Otherwise, we won't address properly this main challenging. So also the approaches that we always talk about, the siloed and fragmented approaches which need and demand different levels of coordination, the importance of coordinating efforts, the importance of involving all political areas in this major driver for our activity. And of course, to have political coherence, which is normally not the case. We have in different situations. We have different ministerial areas that have different approaches, and sometimes not only different, but conflictuant approaches. So, and finally, the lack of information and disaggregated data to support analysis and evidence-based decision-making. We had already this morning interventions about this, and this is quite an important topic, and the researchers here are absolutely essential for this. So, just to mention how the different stages that a strategic framework for mainstreaming should follow. And of course, if you look at our guidelines, we'll see there that there is how do I say, a way forward that helps us to design this. Of course, it goes without mention that civil society organizations and the research community are absolutely critical for the success of whatever strategies are put in place. It's not just government strategies, but either it involves the whole society or we are not in the way to success. These are some of the resources that we have prepared in the past 10 years, I would say, 10, 15 years. Roadmaps prepared for different countries trying to mainstream aging in different policy areas. The policy briefs, where we try to fix some of the main good practices and the ideas about also the question of mainstreaming, workshops, the guidelines themselves, the tools that have been prepared to a proper and complete use of the guidelines, and of course, the training that we want to move forward in the next 1-2 years. No, we want to go fast, and but it's been for us at this stage a very, 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 how do I say, privileged opportunity to work together with civil society organizations, the research community, and to our member states. And once again, let me thank the Italian colleagues and the Italian government and the UNECE Secretariat for the outstanding work. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Edmundo, for providing us with this outline of some of the challenges and some of the key aspects that need to be tackled to mainstream aging successfully. And the importance of the process overall. And we now move to Andrea's presentation of a concrete example from Italy. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and many thanks, Lisa. I will describe here how we started applying the mainstreaming aging perspective in the field of active aging in Italy, and so how the research field can help in this. I will start with some background information about the reasons for which we decided to develop a project in the field of active aging. That is the explanation of how active aging contributes to healthy aging as a preventative tool in order to improve healthy life expectancy. Healthy aging is only in part determined by genetic factors. A considerable role is played by health factors, among which health-related behaviors. The latter contribute to intrinsic capacity, that is, the composite of all the physical and mental capacities of an individual that interacts with the external environment and with individual functional ability. Okay. According to the level of intrinsic capacity, Goals could be to maintain, reverse, stop or slow, or compensate for loss of capacity. Among the answers, of course, an important role is played by behaviors, healthy and capacity-enhancing behaviors, skills, and the possibility to build relationships. That's why if healthy aging has to be enhanced in terms of functional ability, behaviors and participation are crucial aspects. The main aim of active aging is to enhance quality of life and well-being in older age, and this should be done by operating simultaneously at the macro, meso, and micro levels. And it has been observed that besides preventing many of the negative effects of aging, active aging also may increase healthy life expectancy. A fundamental principle of active aging is that older people are seen and considered people with a positive potential to express, rather than as primarily people in need and disengaged from society. Put into practice, from an individual perspective, active aging means to participate in activities, for example, in the labor market, as informal care, cultural activities, education, and so on. Several studies reported results of individual physical and mental health benefits from active aging. In this slide, there are some examples of this, with improved health, also in terms of functional limitations, or self-perceived health, or depression, until increased life satisfaction, self-esteem, and happiness. Benefits, of course, concern also society as a whole. For example, in terms of saving public money for providing pensions, as well as for social and health services. These ones were the main reasons that pushed the Italian government to develop a specific national project focused on active aging policies. I'm going to briefly describe. The project bases on 2 grants between the Department of Family Policy at the Presidency of the Council of Ministers and my organization, the National Institute of Health and Science on Aging, that acts as scientific coordinator of the project. We are, let's say, in the middle of the 2-3 years grants. We just ended the first one and started the second one. The overall aim of the project is to activate a model to adopt for policy making and policy implementation at various governmental levels. In the first 3 years of project, 3 main activities were carried out. First, given that this was never done before in this policy field, we identified the state of the art about active aging policies both at the national and regional levels. Then, based on the analysis of the state of the art, we produced recommendations for policy making in the field of active aging. Last, by using the recommendation produced, policy aims were identified as short-term aims based on the state of the art found. The general aim of the second 3 years of project would be to implement the needed policies identified both at the national and at the regional levels, and this would also imply the challenging aspect of dealing with the political level. To describe the project activities, I have several times used the pronoun we, And I would like to explain who we is. And this has to do with how we apply the mainstream engaging perspective. I would just to remind that as declared by the MIPAA Commitment 1, on the one hand, the institutional one, this means to overcome the policy silos approach by dealing with all policy fields. On the other hand, this means to allow active participation and a co-decisional role of civil society representatives and other social actors, also in line with the Sustainable Development Goal 17, in particular, Target 17H. This is how we did. As the first task in 2019, a large and comprehensive stakeholder network was established, which included an institutional side by involving both ministries and departments at the presidency of the Council of Ministers at the national level, and all regional governments. The stakeholder network also included civil society organizations, both at the national and regional levels. So in total, the stakeholder network was about 100 of organizations represented. And now we will provide some concrete examples of activities carried out together with the stakeholder network during the first 3 years of project. There was a first in-person plenary meeting in June 2019, then the first task was carried out in 16 months. Examples of active involvement in this period concern first, the development of methodological tools, then the organization of the site visits in all the public administrations of the network. The main representative of each administration helped with documents and with involving all the internal departments in a mainstream engaging perspective indeed. Third, the participation in interviews or focus groups for the research activity, and also, at last, by giving inputs and contributions on draft versions of the reports, this by also involving the civil society side of the stakeholder network. The second plenary meeting in October 2020, as also the following one a few months later, was carried out online, of course, due to COVID reasons. And the recommendations were developed in 5 months. In this case, the involvement of the stakeholder network concerned contributions and inputs on draft versions of the document. We also carried out an online group consultation of the network to solve some of the main concerns. For example, at the beginning, there was uncertainty about calling the document guidelines or recommendations. Then the second option was agreed. Task 3 concerned to come back to each public administration with the recommendations and identifying short-term policy aims in light of the existing state of the art. This last task lasted 40 months until last month, when we met here in Rome for the final conference. In this case, we had 2 kinds of fieldworks. At first, we discussed policy aims with representatives of the public administrations and finalized the institutional part of the report through exchanges with them. Then, in a different section, a contribution of the civil society was incorporated, and in order to both add possible policy aims and commenting on the aims identified by the public administrations. The final version of the report was written by involving all the representatives of the stakeholder network who contributed in previous phases. What is interesting to underline is that what we have done in terms of mainstreaming aging sticks very much to what's suggested by the guidelines for mainstreaming aging produced by the UNECE, and of course we are happy with this. And since our project started in 2019, we like to think that it might have served as an inspiration for developing such guidelines. Some conclusions now. We identified policy aims to be possibly implemented in 33 public administrations. It is interesting that the aims are different across public administration since they cover different fields and they have also different degrees of policies in terms of existence and of state of implementation. However, we are quite sure that we identified the right aims since the right stakeholders had the opportunity to discuss and agree on them together. To be underlined, one important cross-cutting policy aim identified is to guarantee sustainability in time to this coordination through a specific regulatory framework at the national level. Thank you very much.
That has given you a lot of food for thought. Thanks very much for your detailed. I will open for questions afterwards, and now would like to give the floor to Margaret Bayless.
Thank you very much. I want to begin by thanking the government of Italy for this wonderful opportunity to visit their beautiful country. It quickly descended into the eating tour of Italy and occasionally the Pinot Grigio tour of Italy. So I'll probably need a little sidebar with the healthy aging folks at some time in the conference. I also want to thank the wonderful Heidrun Molenkampf and Ina Volker for this opportunity and for always inspiring us with their activism. So one of my favorite musicians, David Bowie, has said that aging is an extraordinary process where you become the person you've always meant to be. For me, after 31 years as a bureaucrat, I became, I guess, what I was meant to be when I retired, an activist in human rights and in aging. And I'm here today to discuss the contributions of civil society to aging policy. I want to start by acknowledging a really great example when the voices of civil society have been heard and where a collaboration between civil society, member states, and the United Nations was a success. And that is what we are celebrating today, World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. Now, this day has become more important than ever as we witnessed skyrocketing increases in elder abuse during the pandemic. And it fits perfectly in the theme of my talk today, which is Hear Our Voices. It also fits into the topic of this afternoon's session, mainstreaming aging, because as we all know, that while awareness is good, we need programs and policies to address even the most basic needs of older persons experiencing abuse, and far more needs to be done to address prevention. So this leads me to the message I would like member states to hear, which is, while it's great to have plans and great to raise awareness, it's vitally important and critical to take the actions to ensure older persons' human rights are respected. It's also critical in healthy societies that governments know the lived experiences of older persons, and that governments are open to hearing not only what they have done well, but also where they have failed. So let's start with some great examples of where governments are hearing the voices of older persons, and then I want to address a few examples where there has been shocking and sometimes lethal tone deafness. I must acknowledge that since I am here today, and given that I was one of the civil society contributors to the UNECE guidelines for mainstreaming aging, that the UNECE is listening. I'd like to acknowledge that the United Nations has shown strong support for older people during the last 2 years, as they have done some great work. That, of course, includes the mainstreaming aging guidelines we're talking about today, the Secretary General's paper on the impact of COVID on older people, the Decade on Aging, and the WHO World Report on Ageism, and of course, MIPAA. I also want to discuss a great paper that came out of the UN Human Rights Council. The unfortunately long and very boring title has this title, Update to the 2012 Analytical Outcomes Study on the Normative Standards in International Human Rights Law in relation to older persons, a title that could practically take up my full 10 minutes. So we're going to, from now on, refer to it as the UN Human Rights Document. Now, that was an example where the UN and civil society could have branded together with having a sort of shorter title, and one thing we can start to work on. It's a very vital paper, however, because it shows the impact that a convention could have on the rights of older persons, and it's extremely timely that it was updated during the pandemic. Now, I believe that the member states who participated in the creation of the mainstreaming on aging guidelines were very committed to hearing the voices of civil society. Like all policy or programs that include consultations with the citizens it impacts, the mainstreaming aging guidelines are better because of the impact of civil society. And I have to say I had a great experience working on the guidelines and working with the country representatives, including those from my own country, Canada. And I'm very grateful for the role that those member states played. In this process, civil society has an equal voice at the table, and we were able to impact the shape and content of the guidelines. I'd like to thank Vitalia Wittich and Lisa Worth for their leadership, and as I said, the member states participating, because they all made that a reality. And I do hope, if you have not read and looked in detail at the mainstreaming guidelines, that you take a moment. And I hope that governments in the UNECE region are using them, because God and the demographics know that the transformative change is required to make sure that there is a systematic integration of aging issues across all policy fields and levels in government as their populations age. So how does change happen so that we can have mainstreaming aging? In other words, how we move from advice to action? Well, there are three main ways that policies become real: through grassroots social movements by civil society, by political platforms of governments, and by tenacious bureaucrats who look for opportunities to better the lives of the citizens they represent. And that really means all of us. But I wanted to just acknowledge, for instance, Andrea's presentation today, which showed a really great example of how to work at mainstreaming and pulling in the voices of older persons. We also know that change really happens when there's clear accountability by governments. So it's important to have a document on mainstreaming aging, and it is limited, as Eduardo pointed out, to the level in which governments implement it. And it is challenging to make governments accountable when everything is voluntary. So in a nutshell, the human rights of older persons are at the mercy of government priorities. Since we are here to discuss MIPAA at 20, let's talk about what is good from a civil society perspective. Firstly, great news that 159 member states signed MIPAA and committed to protect the human rights and fundamental freedoms of older persons. And those are really key words, and you will see the reference to human rights throughout the document. MIPAA addresses many of the key challenges faced by older people, and it provides, as my colleague, Dr. Andrew Byrne notes, a roadmap with destinations for more age-friendly societies. Also, as Dr. Burns argues, MIPAA's objectives correspond to human rights objectives desired by civil society, and it contributes to expanding human rights. I also want to acknowledge that the reporting functions in MIPAA are good, and I want to compliment the Government of Canada for working hard to consult broadly with civil society in their report, including the most recent one. Overall, MIPAA has made a good contribution, so we want to acknowledge that. But I think we need to talk about the moments where government is not listening, where aging was not mainstreamed, and when the human rights elements of MIPAA were clearly ignored. We just have to look, unfortunately, at the last 2 years when older people were disproportionately devastated by the pandemic to see that governments around the world failed miserably in implementing some of the most basic human rights of older persons, including the right to life and the right to health. Let me use my own country, Canada, as an example. A country known for its compassion, a country with universal health care, a strong social safety net, and yet it became virtually unrecognizable during the pandemic. Indeed, Canada, we had the worst record for deaths in long-term care in all of the OECD. But frankly, no developing countries can be too smug. Canada was the first among equals, but equals of the truly disgraceful, and with just about all the all the developed world had a horrific death rate of older persons in long-term care. As one UN official declared, care homes became killing fields over and over. I seriously ask you, how did the following happen in Canada and all across the region, UNECE region, and frankly, around the world? We saw the right to life and the right to health of older persons completely abandoned. This is exemplified by those living in long-term care homes, where in Canada, 80% of the deaths occurred in the first 2 waves of the pandemic. We saw older persons denied the right to health, as those living in long-term care homes were barred from hospitals and left to die unaided by COVID. Imagine the terror experienced by those people. And in Canada, it's sadly ironic because those people were the very people that voted in socialized medicine, and when they needed it most, they weren't able to access it. We also saw governments institute ageist triage protocols, like the one we heard about in the province of Alberta in Canada, that denied health care to those over 60. We know that it happened in other countries as well. So when older persons were disproportionately devastated by the pandemic, we would have expected a more robust response from the Canadian government and, frankly, governments around the world. Instead, we witnessed a stunning indifference to the human rights of older persons, an indifference that allows us to ignore the anguish experienced by older persons, rendering the lives of those suffering as meaningless. This is ageism in its purest sense: immoral, reprehensible, harmful, and deadly to the life and security of the old. We in Canada must acknowledge that frail, vulnerable older persons were abandoned in our normally compassionate country. Canadians left to die by other Canadians. We as civil society and human beings need to expose this ageist indifference that led to these events, and we must make sure it never happens again. So where were the 159 states that committed to spare no effort to protect the human rights of the old when older people were left to die in long-term care homes? Voiceless, invisible, expendable, their basic needs ignored. Shouldn't we, given MIPAA, have expected a robust response from all the member states who signed on, particularly after the first wave of the pandemic, when it was abundantly clear it impacted older people? We must face the phenomenon of ageism in our communities that makes us loathe that what we are destined to become when we are young, and what we are, like me, when we are old. Clearly, we need something that ensures MIPAA and the mainstreaming guidelines are implemented. That is thoughtful, human rights-based work that is clearly and implemented. We need a binding international instrument, a convention on the rights of older persons that we as civil society can turn to when faced with human rights abuses. How can any member state justify excluding older people from having a convention, given they have supported conventions for other groups, including women, persons with disabilities, and children? And we know that those instruments have bettered the lives of those recipients. How can member states say that older people are covered by other conventions when research clearly shows that this is not the case, and in fact, older people were not included in the founding United Nations Declaration on Human Rights? How can member states say a convention is too expensive? Are older people more expendable than others, less worthy of human rights? If what happened to older people in the pandemic happened to any other age group, any other race, religion, color, or creed, would we seriously be talking about costs? How, given what we saw in the pandemic, can you argue that older people are protected when they were clearly not protected? How, after the pandemic, when the right to life, the right to health, the right to free association, the right to support in emergencies were so blatantly ignored, can you tell us that we don't need a convention? So as civil society, I'm telling you clearly that enough is enough, and there has been far too much death and suffering of the old, and it needs to stop. We as civil society have been at the open-ended working group on aging, calling for a convention for the last 12 years, and frankly, long before that. So listen, hear our voices. We need a convention on the rights of older persons, and we need it now. Thank you.
Thanks, Margaret, for your passionate speech. I think we have learned during the pandemic that it is essential to take the needs and situations of older persons into account in emergency response, but especially now that we have 2.5 years of learning, it is important that the learnings are captured, that research is done, that data is collected, that what we have missed collectively to do in the past is not done as an error in the future. So I think the mainstreaming principle of really taking this into account across all fields, and emergency preparedness and response is one example, has been very powerfully illustrated by Margaret. So now it's my pleasure really to open the floor to give you the opportunity to ask questions. I'm sure the different interventions you've heard might have, stirred some thoughts, raised some questions for you, or you might have some own experience to share. I would propose that those of you who would like to intervene come to the microphone in the middle, and we'll take maybe a couple of questions before giving the floor to the panelists to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Philip Hammerrots from Finland. Well, I was sitting here close to the microphone, therefore I just raised up, and the idea was not to take absolutely. But I asked for the floor because I would not like directly to put the question, but I would like to comment. All of you in the panel have said exactly clearly, go faster. We have to do it something now. And we are living in a confusing situation where it is recognized that the demography is really changing fast. Aging society everywhere, at least in the welfare states. This may be a question to you, how about the other states? Is it the same? But you could question that. But my point is, yes, it is fully recognized, but at the same time, there is not political commitment. And we have talked about the MIPAA and its progresses. It is good, but also that there are still challenges. My point is, as a comment, we should concentrate ourselves on the challenges, what has not been achieved. And many thinking that we are taking too slow steps, politicians, too slow and short steps. So our message, de facto, and supporting what Jess was saying, is that we should have a crystal clear message, as crystal clear as possible. Strong message. Society doesn't afford existing without binding instruments. It is clear. But only we can raise the voice. And that we should do. And I am convinced that this conference will be it. It will not be a stumbling block. It will be really a strong step forward. Credibility can come only from us because we have the experience in the civil society and researchers and so on. So this is my comment. Let's take this very clear message to them about instrument at international level, but also an instrument at European level, because we are coming from UNECE. And here I would like to refer to the input by the Age platform, Europe, which has been sent here also. A very strong, substantial one. And my question is, have you in the panel reflected upon this input from Age platform, which you certainly have seen? Thank you very much. But let's go, and we rely on you who have the lead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Claude Varel. I'm a member of Union Française des Retraités in France, and also a member of Age Platform. First of all, I would like to thank you very much, Mr. Edmundo Martino. I think it was a very good presentation. I would like to come back to one of the points. You were saying that we were facing a shrinking of the number of people able to participate in the labor market. But I think, yeah, we have to make efforts regarding the employment of older people, because these people can contribute. And if we do so, it goes very well in the direction of healthy aging. That's it.
Thank you.
Sono Claudio Falasca di Auser. La giornata di oggi ci ha dimostrato di quanto siano avanti gli studi sull'invecchiamento attivo. Tutti gli speaker in maniera sintetica hanno dato dimostrazione di questo, e che quindi come la riflessione sull'invecchiamento attivo da parte sia della società civile sia dagli esperti sia molto avanzata. Cos'è che manca? E manca una determinazione politica ad attuare quanto noi modestamente suggeriamo di fare. Come si può risolvere questo problema? Io condivido molto la bozza di raccomandazione, in modo particolare il punto 6, laddove si chiede di fare pressione presso l'Organizzazione delle Nazioni Unite affinché una serie di cose diventino più vincolanti. Però noi abbiamo un mezzo molto efficace per spingere in questa direzione. Stamattina abbiamo sentito il Friuli Venezia Giulia che ci ha illustrato le esperienze che stanno facendo. In Italia, come il Friuli, ce ne sono altre regioni che stanno procedendo in quella strada. Abbiamo sentito oggi il distretto di Bilbao, la regione di Bilbao, che ci parlava anche della stessa cosa. Il punto qual è? Che in Italia non c'è una legge nazionale sull'invecchiamento attivo. Abbiamo tanti provvedimenti regionali, molto divaricati, ma non c'è una decisione nazionale su una politica coerente, integrata sull'invecchiamento attivo. Non mi sembra che ci siano molti stati che abbiano una legge nazionale sull'invecchiamento attivo. La stessa Europa su questa materia mi sembra un pochino latitante. Ecco, io credo che intanto cominciamo come Stati nazionali a rivendicare una legge sull'invecchiamento attivo, a partire ovviamente, come facciamo noi, dall'Italia. Questo credo che sia la maniera migliore per spingere la stessa organizzazioni internazionali, l'ONU, a procedere e rendere vincolanti una serie di sue determinazioni. Grazie.
I have no questions, I have some comments. My name is Galina Polyakova, I'm from Ukraine, and I want to thank you for most interesting presentations. I hope we shall have the copies of them. They are very useful, I believe. So I have some comments. First of all, when we mention the needs and problems faced by older people, there is a problem and need which is equally important for both poor people and rich people, this loneliness. Older people suffer from loneliness, and they need communication. They need at least to speak to someone. Unfortunately, quite often the only interlocutor is a cat or a dog, And, recently saw this problem. So cats and dogs are not problem, they are indicators. And now when in our situation, we found out that people need some food, some humanitarian aid. Under artillery attacks, we had to deliver food for pets because older ladies said, no, I can do somehow, please bring something to my cat. I can eat cabbage, my cat cannot. So imagine that shelling bombs and we are carrying this food for pets. But this is not a problem, this is indicator. They are very much lonely and they are suffering. So apart from a cat as an interlocutor, there is another interlocutor, a TV. But this is a very abusive interlocutor because when we're speaking about abuse, don't forget that there is another form of abuse, information abuse. And older people, they believe in everything they hear on TV or on radio, whichever, and then they can buy things which they do not need, or even worse. In the eastern and southern part of our country, under the very huge influence of propaganda of TV programs, they refused from evacuation. I shall not speak about the consequences. If you wish, I will tell you then after that session. This is really very strong form of abuse, and we must think about that and must take this into consideration in our work. So many problems, and everywhere, not only in Ukraine. The document, the mainstreaming aging, I believe it's very interesting and very useful. And in our country, perhaps we shall have another look at it. Because now we shall see new problems. Of course, we shall win, there will be victory. And after that, we shall have to build our society, to rebuild it, and to lick our wounds. Look, we shall lose so many young people who will be killed in the war. We shall lose so many younger women, younger ladies who had immigrated, and I don't think they will all come back. So there will be new challenges, new problems, a new field where we can work and we can use our knowledge and even this very interesting instrument. And to you all, dear friends, I want to appeal, I want to ask you, please learn our problems, learn our mistakes, do not make your own. Thank you.
Thank you, Galina. Thank you. Excuse, may I just say, I think some of the challenges that you mentioned do not only apply to older persons, but to all generations. And it is, I think, also very important to remember that mainstreaming aging is, an approach that takes into account all generations and the different situations at different stages in life. I'll give the floor to you now for your question. I ask you to keep it quite short, and then I would like to give the opportunity to the speakers to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to each and every one of you for being such passionate presenters and really highlighting some of the key issues for us. My name is Dr. Kieran Ribeiro. I'm a geriatric physician specialist and also the chair of the Global Alliance on the Rights of Older People. Ina and Margaret work with me very closely, and we're very happy and proud to be doing that work. I would say to you that we have had decades of ageism, decades, which has really been shown, the gaps have shown very clearly during the pandemic. There is no lack of information and data that ageism is bad for older people. If we don't do something about it now, then it'll never happen. So I would urge you all, if you're NGOs, to join GARUP, Global Alliance on the Rights of Older People. That's the first thing, call to action. Number two, work with your national and other governments to push for a United Nations Convention on the Rights of Older People. MIPAA is great, but by itself, it's not going to get the teeth and hold the governments accountable for what we do. By any standards, if so many people had died, and I'm referring to our own country, Canada, where Margaret and I live, it would be considered close to genocide, and it would not be acceptable. So we should do something about this, and as civil society, we really need to push for some action. Thank you very much for all the good work you do.
Thank you for your comment. So we've had, if I may summarize some of the mainly comments, less questions that we received in this round of discussion. There was a lot about moving faster and moving with the help of regulation, be it through national policies and laws, as we heard from our Italian colleague. And here I might just like to mention that across the UNECE region, we actually have 35 countries that have developed national aging strategies and policies since the adoption of MIPAA, which I think is a notable number. And then, of course, many have also developed regional policies at regional and local level in the lack of a national overarching document. And then, of course, the call for the convention as a way of protecting the human rights of older persons. And I think probably most will agree that we need a wide array of measures to fulfill the human rights of older persons, to make sure that they are taken into account. And the key, as Edmundo mentioned earlier, is the political will and the political commitment, but not only by decision makers, not only by governments, but by all of us, to bring this forward, to combat ageism, as we heard before, and to make sure that we consider the concerns of older persons, the changes of aging societies in our activities. Now, I would like to give the floor to whoever would like to respond to the questions you heard from your perspectives. Edmundo.
Thank you. I'll be very brief, because there were, as you mentioned, more than questions. There were many comments and thoughts, of course, to add to our reflection. I just wanted to mention two different, very short topics. The first one is the question of going faster. When we mean go fast, doesn't mean to go in a rush, but we need to go fast defining a strategic framework. That's the most important thing for us, is that we have established a strategic framework where whatever you do goes in that direction. We need a direction, mainly that, and that's what we are urging most of our countries to move, to define, to establish a strategic framework with legislation, eventually with some legislation. I remember the example of Spain, for instance, that many years ago produced dependency law, and it had more than 20 years to be put in place. So we have to go fast in the definition of our main drivers, but of course, and then we have to be ambitious, but at the same time realistic about what we can and may achieve. And then the question is that the second point is the problem of participation and coordination. We have to move beyond the proclamations and the declarations, no? Because we can declare that we are all in favor of strong and wide participation, but then we do not have the mechanisms to put that in place and to ensure that there is a real participation from, not only from different citizens, but from the organizations that represent the different citizens. And so these are two critical topics, in my view, the question of participation and the coordination that we've mentioned. And finally, just to give you an example, there was some mention to the European Union, but even in the European Union, where in a certain way there are decades of joint work, we still live in this area of aging in the domain of the soft law. No? There are no directives, there are many recommendations to different countries, which means that even in the European Union there is this strong difficulty in moving faster in this sense. And we just look at the the plan of action for the pillar of the social rights, no, which is a very important step ahead, but again, in what comes to aging and to the questions of care and whatever, very, very low ambitious. Sorry.
Thanks, Edmundo. Very brief reactions by Andrea and Margaret, and then yes. I will leave you all to have a coffee break.
Yes, again, about the... I think I will answer mainly with the first comment and the Italian comment here. I also think that the European and more in general the international framework about aging is very important. Indeed, what we are trying to do in Italy bases fully on the Madrid International Plan of Action of Aging and on the 10 commitments. So let's say the more the better about international framework with solid basis. And another thing is the commitment of policymakers. That is a thing that is not easy always to obtain. Our effort in this direction was to create indeed a network, including also the regions and the ministries, to have in policymakers and to work together with them. So this is not easy. And maybe it is not enough, because even if we all agree with them on the aims, it is not said that politicians still want to do what we think is needed. And this is another point about the national law on active aging that has been mentioned before. Of course, this need is emerged strongly in our research. Indeed, one of the main aims at the national level is to have this national law. We all agree. But a question now, to have a national law is enough to be satisfied? I think no, because we should have a national law with a text on which we agree. So who writes the law? So also is important this aspect. It is not secondary. No, we are trying to do this. Our efforts are huge, and we know it is not an easy task, but we are here and we are trying to do our best all together.
Thank you very much. Margaret.
Thank you. I guess I would reiterate something I mentioned in the talk, which is there's a role for everyone to play in moving forward on issues. There's the good work of bureaucrats and their catching opportunities to move forward. And then there's the important role of civil society, which is working together, having one voice. You need to talk to the politicians who are going to make the changes, and we need to be very, very clear about what's happened in the last 2 years and the fact that that has caused incredible suffering for older persons, as I mentioned. So we need to work together, we need to talk it, we need to vote it, we need to march it, and we need to make people understand that this has to change. It can't just be done by bureaucrats, it can be done by politicians, but the bureaucrats and the civil society have to push to make that happen. So I think I would leave it with that.
Thank you very much. So I also would like to thank all of you who made comments and asked questions for your active participation. We now have a short break, and session 4 will resume at 4:45. So we ask you to please come back on time so that we can resume on time. Thank you all. Thank you also to the interpreters for making the interpretation of our discussion possible. See you later. And thank you to our distinguished panelists.
Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you for rushing through the breaks during this very full day. We are now starting the last session, and a session which will allow us to discuss more in depth about the contents of the Joint Forum Declaration. We will be assisted by Vijay Yengar as minute taker and helped by Cristina Calvi, research fellow at the National Institute of Health and Science on Aging in Italy and at the University of Eastern Piedmont, who will provide some introductory remarks on the drafting process of the document. And then she will be followed by remarks by Heidrun and Kai on specific aspects. Christina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Giovanni. Can you hear me? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As already pointed out, this is the first time that civil society and scientific research fora have joined forces to become one single event. This close collaboration between the world of NGOs and that of scientific research, to which I belong to myself, has made possible to draft a common declaration representing all these important stakeholders that deal directly with aging. This document, which is the result of a long three-phase bottom-up process that tried to be as participatory as possible, starting from a first phase in which stakeholders, namely international research organizations and NGOs, as well as older persons and national associations from all over the UNECE region, were asked to indicate the three main topics that, in their opinion, should be on the policy agenda to address the challenges of population aging in this region. We received a total of 29 contributions, which when they're merged into the first draft of the declaration. To this purpose, the organizing committee of the Joint Forum, to which I have the honor to be a member, assembled all contributions received, trying to give relevance, on the one hand, to topics not included or partially included in the ministerial declaration, and on the other hand, to those not included in previous fora declaration. For example, the theme of importance of considering all types of sentimental relationship and sexualities in later life as a crucial component of one's overall well-being, and also a series of topics considered crucial for future public policy efforts which have been identified. Then you will hear more detail about this in a few minutes by Heidrun Mollenkopf. Moving on, the second phase of the process, we submitted again to stakeholders the first draft of the declaration, prepared by carefully considering and condensing all key topics suggested by NGOs and research organizations. The aim was to gather new indications and suggestions that could improve the document. In this second round, 12 contributions were collected. 7 of these contained revisions, while the other 5 to approve the document as it was. In the last phase, stakeholders were sent the new version of the declaration and asked to answer 2 questions online. I'm at understanding whether any aspect of the declaration created disagreement and to investigate possible ways of implementing the joint forum declaration over the next 5 years. Again, a total of 20 responses were collected, and their contents will be summarized shortly by Hydro and Kai Leisering. The suggestions received through the first questions led to a further revision of the declaration by the organizing committee, which in this case assisted also by colleagues from AARP, who kindly offered their support, highlighting once again that this declaration, which is the outcome of a truly participatory joint effort of civil society and scientific research. Now, before I leave the floor to my colleagues, I would like to thank you, to all those of you whom I had the opportunity to work with in developing this declaration. It has a great pleasure and privilege. Thank you all for your attention.
So, before I present the single paragraphs included in the declaration, I would emphasize in the beginning that the joint declaration of civil society and scientific research and the 22 Rome Ministerial Declaration, which will be presented at the ministerial conference tomorrow and which is already, I think, at the website. You can read it there. I would like to emphasize that these two must be seen as complementary because the ministerial declaration includes already very important commitments made by member states of the UNECE that we acknowledge. Therefore, we will not repeat and duplicate these statements. Another reason why they have to be seen complementary is because the Joint Forum Declaration does refer to some of the topics discussed in the Ministerial Declaration, and we will focus on the topics that are included but need further specification. And in a next step, because we added topics that were suggested by our communities and that are not or not sufficiently considered in the Ministerial Declaration. We appreciate, in particular, the human rights-based approach taken, acknowledging the need to ensure the full enjoyment of human rights by older persons. We appreciate the life course perspective needed to tackle the social inequalities accumulated over the life course, and the commitment to combating ageism and the perpetuation of stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination based on age in all spheres of life and of society, and to expanding protection from neglect and abuse in all care settings through the adoption and effective implementation of protection mechanisms. Our main concern is that MIPAA is not universally applied and that it has failed to ensure that member states respect, not all member states, respect, protect and fulfill the full enjoyment of human rights by older persons. So now let's see which issues are included, but in our opinion and the opinion of our communities need more specification.
Yeah, thank you. We have seen that the ministerial declaration, in which we were also partly involved in drafting this, has of course, there was something missing that was underlined by the comments, and this is a bit reflecting this difficulty that on the one hand, of course, we want to be all older persons should be treated equally. There is the problem of equity, and at the same time the problem of ageism and discrimination due to age. So what we would like to stress in these three topics, the key topics that will be discussed tomorrow and on Friday, is regarding promoting active and healthy aging, the life course perspective is, and human rights-based perspective is good, but needs to especially look at environmental, contextual, and structural preconditions that need to be considered intensively. As again, the diversity of older persons must be reflected, and the issue of unpaid care, of course, is one of the key factors to produce inequalities, and therefore should be key to combat, for example, also the gender pension gap, the gender pay gap, and female poverty in old age. Older persons' active participation, we have already heard, and the advocating the rights of older people is most important and must be promoted. There is also something a bit linked to ageism and discrimination due to the fact that often specific health conditions are seen as age-specific. Some are, but this needs to be differentiated, and we should take this into account. Concerning the second topic, ensuring equal access to care and support for older persons and their caregivers, again, this over-reliance on unpaid, mainly female care work must be addressed by member states. And this also includes that we have to take care of the changing family structures, increased mobility, increased urbanization, and other societal challenges. I should go on here, but it doesn't work. Yeah. And therefore, in this area of long-term care, this is really something where investment is needed into the development of long-term care services and quality care regarding mainly home care. people want to stay at home as long as possible, and the support of informal carers, again, of unpaid care work that also then should be better integrated with paid care work and the combination of care work, leisure, family, and work needs to be addressed. So this means that care systems need to be developed to empower all people at all ages to live their lives also in combination with care work and regarding their autonomy. And finally, the mainstreaming, what we just had in the session before. I think here we all agree that mainstreaming aging makes sense. We have to overcome the silos. This is also in the ministerial declaration stated, but this really must be embraced by all member states. That, and this we have to acknowledge, that are starting from different bases. And again, we have the issue of equality and equity, and therefore need to support member states that are not so far in the process and that can learn from others. And we see, of course, that the ministerial declaration is underlining the older person's rights issues, but we as a joint forum would like to underline that related legislation has still not been adopted, neither on the national level nor on the international level, and should be fully implemented. And let's hope that this next period really brings something in this direction. Perhaps this is partly why this has not yet happened, is partly due to the fragmentation, both nationally and internationally, of agencies that are dealing with these issues, and therefore we also need more joint forces regarding these structures that are pushing mainstreaming aging across all policy fields. I think this is mainly what came out of the comments and discussion process with the stakeholders, and we were very happy, and thank you very much for your input.
But now let's see what should be further topics, future challenges. What is felt by organizations dealing with older people and their problems, their wishes, their needs, their rights? What is felt as important to be included and dealt with in the years to come? Based on the contributions received, we estimate the following topics as particularly urgent to be dealt with in future policies. And we hope they will be included when MIPAA will start a new phase. The first is enhancing awareness of ageism, sexism, racism, and all other forms of discrimination and intersectionality. We heard about this several times during the day. I think, or we think, that this is one of the main issues. We experience and we heard from our member communities that new equities are arising from disparities, from increasing impact of digitalization and artificial intelligence on individuals, but also on societies as a whole. It is a very positive development. We all can profit from it. And at the same time, we have to be careful what is replaced by the technologies, what risks do they bring, and what are the consequences for our living together in the future. Another issue which was raised already several times today is that in view of increasing emergencies due to wars and military interventions, climate change and pandemics, adapting relief operations and related interventions to the rights and needs of older people should be made. Many of them are left behind if they are not able on their own to escape or to flee or to move away. So we have to think about this. A next item is ensuring participation of older persons when deciding on their position and autonomy versus forms of protection and care. So on the one hand, we have to make sure that everybody can live safely and secure, but not to overprotect and to let persons decide on his or her own destiny. We should recognize all types of sentimental relationships and sexualities in older age and create environments, social environments and physical environments, enabling all persons to enjoying the full potential of life. There are more topics we have to deal with in the future. For instance, how different emerging phenomena will change the conditions and perceptions of age. There was a comment from Xiran this morning about how old is he? Is he old? Does it mean he is old? So what is old meaning in the future? The changes of the conditions and perceptions of age are not just the changing family structures. We all know this. We know longer life, we know more people living alone, having no children, and so on. But it also concerns living into very old age with an increasing risk of sensory, physical, or mental impairments. Is everybody aware that this can be his or her future? And how are we prepared to such a future? We see the impact of more globalized and digitized working conditions. What does this mean for older age? And we see the increasing diversity of sexual orientations, the coexistence of mixed religious and ethnic communities. So all our social, societal environment is undergoing strong changes. At the same time, social inequality will continue to be a major challenge. Therefore, multidisciplinary and cross-cultural research in combination with the involvement of relevant stakeholders can support the development of effective interventions. And another important issue is the challenges related to migration in very different aspects. Migration and aging, both in countries of origin and in receiving countries. So we need a better recognition of the specificity of needs and aspirations of aging in a foreign land in general, and of refugees as well as of migrant carers specifically. So, let me conclude. We conceive the MIPAA process as an opportunity to develop appropriate policies for older persons towards a holistic strategy at national and international levels, together with all partners and countries involved. I would like to repeat that the topics addressed in the 2022 Ministerial Declaration are crucial for both civil society and scientific research communities as well. And we are ready to support the commitments made at the present Ministerial Conference to ensure that they are fully realized. To underpin these endeavors, we deem it necessary to create, without delay, an international legally binding instrument such as a convention, as it has been mentioned several times during the day and was asked to be made as a first priority. This is necessary to substantiate the policy efforts made by member states, not as a contradiction, but as a complementary instrument. So this is what we suggest to you to adapt as the joint declaration of civil society and scientific research.
Thank you, Heidrun and Kai. So we still have now time for discussing about the declaration, about what we just heard in terms of comments received in the last few weeks on the last version of the declaration. And you're very welcome to share with us all what you feel, what you would like to hear, and you know how it works. There is a micro in the middle, so please. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for this very inspiring day. My name, excuse me, my name is Maria Aartsen. I work at Oslo Metropolitan University in Norway. I'm also editor of a journal, academic journal on aging. I sort of feel the need to thank you very much for the brilliant idea to bring together the civic society and the academic society. I think this is really the way to go, and also the idea of joining forces that speaks to the imagination, at least to me. I think my career as an academic, I haven't been often in situations where I really had this communication or dialogue between policymakers and stakeholders and academics. And I think this tripartite model that you have in the program today was actually the way, I think, to go. So have the civic society, the politicians and the academics. So the academics mainly to come with factual or value-free knowledge, if we can do that. And then the politicians, because they can really accomplish changes. And then, of course, the civic society to really point towards the things that are really important. So so I really hope that we can continue this sort of way of working in our own country. So I hope that we have the possibility to do that, because in a way this European level is for me a bit too far away from my real life, but the national level, that is maybe possible to manage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair and fellow participants, I speak as a member of the Older Women's Network of Italy and Europe. It's our convincement that whilst the clear policy direction of development, health and enabling environments within MIPAA has helped tackle many issues since it was first launched 20 years ago, with some government developing policies and strategies to address these issues, much remains to be done to ensure the rights of all the people are fully respected and that all benefit from progress made. This will require short and long-term measures to face the urgent need to meet the new challenges and face urgent needs faced by all the persons due to the ongoing pandemic and geopolitical situation in Europe. And will require clear linkages with the promises to all the women and men made by the UN member states with the adoption in 2015 of the 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. A promise has been made to leave no one behind. This means that older persons cannot and must not be left behind, including the oldest old, the fastest growing group within older persons. We call on governments and policymakers to be true to this promise and take strong action to combat age discrimination and ageism in their policies. We call, therefore, for sufficient resources to mitigate female poverty in older age as a long-due recognition of the huge contribution to society made by women all along their lives, including in crisis time as today, through long hours of poorly paid jobs, voluntary work, and unpaid care, which put them at a higher risk of poverty in older age. Ensure a life course and intersectional approach to poverty mitigation, considering the specific risks to migrant older women, LGBTI individuals, widows, and so forth. We call for sufficient resources to ensure access to accessible and affordable health and long-term care, including preventative and rehabilitative services for all, in all care settings, in care at home, or if wished, in long-term care residential settings. Too many older women cannot afford the health and long-term care services their condition requires, and with unregulated care settings face a higher risk of neglect and abuse. We call for sufficient resources to promote available and affordable lifelong learning opportunities in older age, particularly in relation to new technologies, to enable older women to remain connected to a rapidly IT-changing world, to enable older women to contribute for longer, have greater independence, and be alert to the potential of fraud. Equally, ensure access to services for those who do not have or cannot use IT. We call for sufficient resources to provide accessible services to monitor, prevent, and adequately deal with elder abuse, which Awareness Day we celebrate today, in the home, in residential nursing care, and in the community, where ageism, and therefore the potential of elder abuse, is pervasive. Ensure proper protection to older victims of abuse and gender-based violence, assess and prevent feminicide of older women, offering appropriate refuge accommodation as necessary to victims of all ages. We call for sufficient resources to ensure a life course and intersectional approach to employment and pension provision, including the regular collection of and disaggregation of data on age, gender, and so forth. While recognizing that MIPAA is not a human rights document, I'm over, it can be used by policymakers as a monitoring tool to measure their policies' contributions toward the sustainable development goals, a universal commitment to respect human rights for all and to leave no one behind. This is of particular and increasing importance to the millions of older women and men across the world who risk being marginalized and excluded through and due to the lack of attention to their human rights and incomplete data, which misses out older ages in monitoring of global, regional, and national frameworks provided by the 2030 Agenda and human rights agreements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, dear friends. First of all, Carla, thank you for the work that you did, and also the drafting committee. We were very, as ESO, I'm speaking on behalf of ESO, we were very involved in the preparation. And I will intervene very short on one item. And the item is that it's about paragraph 24 of our resolution that we support very strong. It's about the demand, it's linked to the demand to have a United Nations Convention on Elderly. As you know, working for such a convention, it's a long time investment. And we will need over more than a decade to have it. And when we look to COVID, and when we look to the digitalization, who becomes a very big burden for seniors, but also for other people, to have access to their rights and to service linked to their rights, I think we have not the time to wait 10 years and longer for a UN convention. Therefore, we strongly, but strongly support paragraph 24 to ask the national governments and the regions to create national authorities, independent or regional authorities, independent regional, national authorities, where seniors or their organization can complain, can go if their human rights, because human rights are senior rights, when these rights are not accessible. It's very important, and our demand is that even as we speak to the politicians, to governments, that we need a convention, that it is maybe more feasible to ask them first to create in their own country, such as a commissioner for senior rights, where citizens, where seniors can complain and can ask help for their human rights. Also, a very strong demand to link these two things. And as few regions and member states have already such a commissioner. And that gives also the possibility to have a monitoring in member states on which how the seniors have access to these civil rights. And that can help also in the discussion for the future. Also, what we are asking is to link the demand for a UN convention to the demand to the member states to create senior commissioners in their own country and regions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Alexander Sidorenko. I'm not speaking on behalf of any organization at the moment, and I have a very simple suggestion to include in the declaration, perhaps in its preamble, the statement of solidarity with all the persons of Ukraine suffering from Russian invasion. We have to keep in mind that this declaration will stay with the world for another 5 years, and it will be appropriate if you send this strong and concrete statement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hi, how are you? My name is Kieran Walsh. I'm from the Irish Centre for Social Gerontology in NUI Galway in Ireland. Just to really congratulate you and bring together such a comprehensive declaration and statement. And I think the idea of asking for a legal binding instrument is both critical and very much necessary. Just a couple of things just to reinforce some of the points in that statement. I think there are points that we should be reinforcing ourselves in complement to the declaration. And that's first around active and healthy aging and encouraging that idea of inclusive and diverse populations. I think there's still a job of work there to actually interrogate the constitution and the meaning of active and positive aging for different and diverse groups. And we know sometimes that there are certain, whether it's indigenous ethnic minorities, whether it's homeless populations, can be challenged by some of these ideas, so we need to break these down and ask what they actually mean for that. I think it's complementary to what you're already asking for. The second element then is around that environmental displacement, which again is peppered through your document, but an explicit statement around that idea of displacement, that idea of environmental insecurity and how it can be driven by a number of different factors, whether it's conflict and war, but also housing crisis, community and neighborhood change, and just to understand that this isn't a momentary issue or it's a single phenomenon, but it's something that will inhabit older people's lives a lot more. And the final point is around the disaggregation of data, which is really important, but it will also just remind that idea that we still probably need to create measures that are really relevant to older people's lives and measures that capture the full heterogeneity of older people's population as well. I think there's still some work to do that. We know that some of our indices, some of our screening procedures maybe fall down around that, so where we can, we should emphasize that point as well. Thanks again. I really appreciate all the work you've done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Narmin Ganieva. Me and my colleague Natavan Yusufova, we are here to represent the Third Age non-governmental organization from Azerbaijan. The name of our organization is Üçüncü Bahar. In translation of Azerbaijan, it means third spring. Our organization has been operating for 6 years, working with retirees, and is engaged in improving the quality of life of our members. It is an honor for us to be here today among you and benefit from your esteemed organizations. We are sure that learning from the experience of countries with long experience in this field will have a positive impact on our activities. I am also sure that we can add it with our own experience. We sincerely thank the organizers for the invitation, and warm greetings from Land of Fire from Azerbaijan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clemens Tesch-Römer from Berlin. Two short remarks. The first one is, as a researcher, it was for me the first time to take part in such a complex, sometimes rather abstract process. And some of you know that I've said, oh, here and there you could change things, but I really would like to congratulate you for this wonderful resolution and I think, or declaration. I think it was worthwhile that we participate in this. Second remark, I fully and wholeheartedly agree with Sasha Sidorenko's suggestion to put in the word Ukraine. We are mentioning wars and other catastrophes, and I think we could do the best we can do right now to stop or at least alert people to the war and to the sufferings of older people in Ukraine. Thanks.
Thank you.
Io in questi ultimi minuti della conferenza vorrei esprimervi una preoccupazione che penso che possa essere anche recuperata in una frase introduttiva delle dichiarazioni, cioè qual era? Il Covid e la pandemia ha creato una situazione del tutto paradossale. Prima del Covid il problema degli anziani era un problema, almeno in Italia, un problema rimosso, non esisteva. Era relegato a ogni singola famiglia. Ogni singola famiglia viveva il problema dell'anziano, in particolare non autosufficiente, come problema familiare, non era un problema sociale. La pandemia, con tutti i problemi che ha creato, pensiamo all'RSA, ne ha fatto diventare un grande problema sociale. Da lì è partito tutto un processo che ha portato ad esempio in Europa il PNRR, che prevede misure di sostegno per le pensioni anziane. Ora la mia preoccupazione qual è? Che in questa fase, con quello che sta avvenendo, la guerra, le restrizioni economiche, eccetera, eccetera, possa riportare il tema degli anziani ad essere non rimosso, ma essere considerato non più prioritario. E questa è una preoccupazione che dobbiamo assolutamente evitare, Per questo che dicevo andrebbe in qualche maniera accennato. Cioè dobbiamo impedire che le emergenze riconducono il tema degli anziani a questione marginale. E quindi questa cosa va fortemente ribadita, anche perché, voglio dire, perderemmo l'occasione per approvare leggi fondamentali. Penso alla legge parlo sempre dell'Italia, la legge sull'invecchiamento attivo, la legge sulla non autosufficienza, la tutela dei caregivers. Sarebbero cose gravissime che non potremmo assolutamente accettare. Da qui è importantissima la dichiarazione che io condivido, assolutamente, che ci può aiutare a sostenere una battaglia in tutti i nostri paesi per fare in modo che le emergenze non prevalgano sui problemi dell'invecchiamento. Riguardo invece il merito alla dichiarazione, io credo sarebbe opportuno creare un link tra la tesi 6, dove si parla dell'Alto Commissario, del rafforzamento dell'ONU, eccetera, con quanto prima richiamato, con la 24, in cui appunto chi chiede che gli Stati membri adottino, eccetera. Io credo che queste due cose siano da in qualche maniera connettere. Grazie.
Thank you.
Allora, buonasera a tutti e a tutte. Sono Brigida Modesti e lavoro al Sindacato dei Pensionati della CISL nel Dipartimento Politiche Sociosanitarie. Volevo soltanto, ho letto la relazione e mi premeva dire questo, che secondo me è troppo incentrata sui diritti delle persone anziane. E questo che contrasta l'idea invece dell'invecchiamento attivo, in cui le persone anziane non vogliono avere un ruolo passivo mi sembra che concentrarsi solo sui diritti, il ruolo degli anziani sia sempre relegato in un ambito assistenziale, no? I bisognosi, l'emarginati. Invece credo che anche, avendo un po' letto Simone Weil, che sarebbe molto importante anche concentrarsi sui doveri, cioè le persone anziane sono non solo bisognose, ma anche hanno invece e possono fare tanto per preservare la vita alle nuove generazioni, ad esempio, quindi occuparsi in modo molto proprio come dovere del futuro dei propri nipoti e in tema ovviamente anche, anche preservare l'ambiente e la pace. E a questo leggo due cose, no? Che non sono state sono passate un po' troppo poco, e cioè che c'è un aumento dell'invecchiamento di successo e quindi questo andrebbe più evidenziato, cioè ci sono sempre più, almeno gli studi dicono questo, ci sono sempre molte più persone anziane che proprio invecchiando riescono ad avere dei ruoli di successo. E poi sempre a questo è legato anche un ruolo da non sottovalutare, cioè del rapporto tra l'invecchiamento e la creatività. Ci sono tantissimi studi anche lì, insomma, che mettono in evidenza come nell'invecchiamento, ad esempio soprattutto in ambito artistico, ma anche estendendo ad altri ambiti, le persone hanno prodotto le opere migliori. Quindi questo secondo me andrebbe un po' più messo in evidenza. Grazie.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Judy Triantafilou from 50 Plus Elas in Greece. And I'd like to thank you for a very fruitful and challenging day today with many interesting presentations. And I think the next question is, how do we engage at national level with the politicians and policymakers who are going to be here over the next few days? And I have one simple suggestion to make, and that is something that we tried to do within 50 Plus in the last few days, is to go over all the points in the declaration and see where we could produce very specific targets to aim for, and make proposals as to how this could be implemented. And this is just one practical way that I think we could engage. And I hope that over the next few days we will have the opportunity to engage with all our national politicians and policymakers in order to try and move things on and agree on what we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quarter to 6. I see no more requests to share comments or questions. So maybe Heidrun or Kai, would you like to have some words?
Yep.
Yeah?
First you.
Should we go on with the implementation?
Would you like to
last
show the slides?
slide. The last slide.
Okay, so I ask our technicians to show the final slide.
First of all, thank you for these.
Now it should be working.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for these important comments that show that also this format is something we need to further develop because actually now at the end we are getting warmer, I would say, with each other because we also addressed now a number of, let's say, dilemmas or just also differences between us because the whole day seemed to be very harmonized and harmonizing, but actually there is a number of issues that need, of course, further discussion and further dialogue with pros and cons regarding, for example, the issue of rights versus active aging. Is this really complementary or is it an opposition? How can we promote active and healthy aging not only for the already healthy and for the already active, but how can we also take on board and enable those who might have had less chances over the life course to also age healthily and actively. So I think this is an important debate. We should. I don't know whether we can still put it into this declaration or whether it is just something we take on board. I think the important thing is also this is of course the there was much focus on the UN Convention, but a UN Convention as such only makes sense also in the long run if we also have on the one hand the appropriate structures to monitor such a convention, and or in the meantime, what Judy just proposed, to have also an instrument to monitor the MIPAA process. This morning, I think somebody had spelled out MIPAA as the Madrid implementation plan for active aging. And I think this was a very nice Freudian error, because actually this is what we need. It is, of course, an international plan of action on aging, but it should be an implementation plan. And of course, we have the regional implementation strategy and the monitoring of this as a mechanism. But this mechanism needs to be strengthened by, strengthening, of course, I speak for the House in this case, by strengthening the Standing Working Group on Aging, but also to strengthen the cooperation and collaboration between all other UN agencies and beyond that are dealing with these questions. So, general plea for more dialogue, research and civil society is one. I think all researchers deem themselves also as part of the civil society, of course. And on the other hand, I think what research also needs is to be driven a bit more by civil society. So civil society organizations, this is a quest to you. Tell us what you are interested in, what you need, and at the same time help us in carrying out participative research. You are representing, you have the contacts. We have this done in several occasions. We have seen this, and this is also a general trend that should be strengthened and that needs to be strengthened, that we see in research. Participatory research, where often the problem is that we don't find those we want to have participate in our studies. So this is also, and this might be also in the future, a more important task or function of civil society organizations to drive research and to drive research questions through in fora like these, but also through general networking, through inviting researchers to your events and vice versa. Yeah, I think this is it. What there were the other ideas for implementing what we implementing the declaration was was there something else?
Yes.
One more? No?
Yes.
I think it's only one.
Where?
That's it.
No.
Yeah, there's only this.
Oh, and where is the last one about the implementation? We had another slide for implementation. Sorry.
Yeah, and this one, but it's not here.
Oh, okay.
Or this one. Yeah,
it's
here
this
it is.
one, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Good.
Okay, this one. Yeah, but this was more or less what I said already. This is, consolidate the cooperation, of course with governments, but also with research and civil society. The convention was mentioned, and of course on the national level combating ageism, and this also means, for example, as a first step, to also look through the existing legal and structural regulations where there is inbuilt structural discrimination of older persons. So how to combat ageism in policies and legal regulations. And I said already, yes, we have to join forces within and towards an international entity to develop, monitor, and safeguard the rights of older persons. As I said, a convention alone doesn't help if there is no monitoring and if there is no strong movement to also fight for its implementation. Thank you.
Would you like to?
I have no mandate to say here, but we are ending the conference, and I would therefore express, I believe, on behalf of everybody here and also behind the video, our warmest, heartily warmest thank you to the organizing committee for having had this kind of conference with critical explanations and forward-looking approach. Thank you very much to everybody there.
And I would like to thank you, all of you, who contributed to this. It was a long way to get to this day today and to this declaration. And to respond to your suggestions about what should still be included or stressed more, we wanted to focus really on the core essential aspects. And that's why we perhaps neglected some aspects which are also important, but perhaps not the most important ones. To specify and spell out what these maybe very condensed issues mean is the work, or will be the work, of the continuum MIPAA process. And we as scientific communities and civil society, we will try to do our best to work it out in the sense as you told us. So we will not change a lot of this declaration, if anything at all. But you can be sure that we will include one aspect, that's the solidarity with Ukraine. This is something we really want to do, I think. So, and finally, I hope that you enjoyed as well the different speeches, the speakers from different disciplines, from different backgrounds, from different perspectives. We enjoyed discussing it among us in preparing this forum, and maybe it will be a model for future conferences. I hope so. And again, thank you very much for all your contributions. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'll keep this brief. My name is Vijeth Iyengar. I'm at AARP. I hope you will join us after a robust day of discussions and topics at our reception organized by AARP at the same location as the coffee break. So this is their Jeffe Pyramid Bar, 6:30 sharp. Hope to see all of you there and join us in terms of fellowship and continue the discussions tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And then a final word from my side too, sorry. As chair, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you again, but especially to thank the colleagues who have been accompanying the whole process. Heidrun, Kai, Dario, and especially Christina for their generous and continuous support to make this event possible. Without all of you, we wouldn't be here today. So thanks again for that.
And thanks to the host country.
Yes, and to the interpreters.